Their fate will need to be creative. I already live my nightmare.
Hello, guys.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go!
Launching smoke. Down and out.
Enemy spotted, B.
Reloading.
Go away. Healing you.
War on the spike.
Gotta go.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Right here.
Caution here.
Spike planted.
There.
Enemy defender spawn.
Flawless.
Gotta go.
They're outthought, outfought.
Commander. Go, go, go. Again. Saving. I'm out of here. There.
Shift.
There. Gotta go.
Molly.
Go, go, go. Shortcut. Shocking.
Enemy spotted A.
Plant the spike.
Reloading.
Plant the spike.
Caution here.
Enemy Edva.
Reloading.
Healing.
Reloading.
Opponent's killed.
One enemy remaining.
Plant the spike.
Spike
Got
down
the
A.
spike.
Spike planted.
Now playtime and wait for it.
Can't use this yet. Enemy spotted A. Goodbye, old friend.
Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Safety's off. Fully smoked. Molly.
Go, go, go.
Reloading.
Let's go.
I'm out of here. Shortcut.
Cutting their vision.
Stim beacon down.
I'm out of here.
My ult ready.
Spike planted.
Spotted A.
You fought well.
Go, go.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Playtime.
My ultimate is ready.
Nice, very nice money.
This is why we are a team.
Já se encontram à venda bilhetes para o Festival de Fado no Aquário. Compre o seu ainda hoje.
Gotta go.
Take everything.
I'm out of here.
Launching smoke.
Gotta go.
Molly.
For you.
Smoke's down.
Reloading.
Resource.
Last player standing. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
For dead. See nothing. I have the spike.
10 seconds left.
Hi. Fight's not over, you know. Go, go, go! I'm out of here.
Still in sight.
I'm out of here.
Molly.
There.
Gotta go. Short good.
Stim beacon here.
Shocking. Go, go, go.
Prepare for hellfire.
Gotta go. Healing you.
Let's rotate.
Multiple enemies, A.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Go, go, go.
Fish in a barrel.
Let's go, Brim. X-Kingdom represent.
Attackers win.
Someone else will clean up. I don't take out the trash.
It was easy.
Match found.
Move or get zapped.
Match found.
Move or get zapped.
Hello, team. Hello, team. Hello, hello. Control. These look like you saw.
Work with me, Reina.
Tık.
Your enthusiasm and my caution both have qualities on the battlefield.
I'm out of here.
I'm looking.
Go, go, go!
No. Yes. No. Going
Let's
mid.
play slow.
Yes.
Let's play slow. I'm
No.
lurking. Let's play slow.
No. No.
Gotta go! Shortcut!
Cover going
Go, go, go!
Missile deployed. There.
Spike down B.
Ah, there is Cypher. I didn't see Cypher.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted.
Healing.
Ahí va para aquí. Vale.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Launching missile. All right.
Nice try.
The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts tell a different story.
Very nice.
Let's go A because Cypher generally we put his traps in B.
Let's spread out.
Gotta go!
By any means necessary. Shadows. Locating targets.
I'm out of here! For you.
Ammunition.
Gotta go! Shortcut!
Reloading.
Spike planted.
60 Cypher, 30 Fight.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
Mm.
Killing them is easier than all this radio night business. Reloading.
Voy para B, vale, yo también me voy por agua.
Caution here.
We go!
Spike here.
I have the spike.
I'm out of here!
Cover going out. Shadows traveling. Locating target.
Gotta go!
Enemy spotted.
Careful!
One suppressed.
Face your fear!
There.
Coming through! Go, go, go! Ugh.
Light planted.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Qué buena, Neon, coño.
Go, go, go!
They couldn't kill us. Now they're dead.
spike here.
Gotta go.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling. Reloading.
Drone going out.
I'm out of here. Shortcut.
Enemy spotted A.
One dead.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
where you are.
Grenade is live. Executed.
One enemy
Adios.
remaining.
Gánate, home.
I got the spike.
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted. Ultimate is ready.
Nice, Tejo.
Back me into a corner. That's what happens. Very nice.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
Let's turn up the pressure.
Gotta go.
Pica.
Go, go, go.
Drone going out.
Shadows traveling.
Me da mucha la pena.
Go, go, go.
Cover going out.
Reloading.
Nice try. There.
Last player standing.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger. No one
I'm
else
outta
will
here.
judge you.
Estoy malo ahora. Ahora remonto.
Gotta go. Reloading.
Cover going out.
Go, go, go.
Shadows traveling.
Locating targets.
Reloading.
Stage. Y curalo, mi. Logró.
Cutting their vision.
Arriba.
Enemy spotted A.
Still in sight.
I'm out of here.
To disappoint.
It's me.
Arriba. Ya arriba.
Reloading.
This is how it ends.
Taken out.
Yes.
Go, go, go. Healing you. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Shortcut.
Reloading.
Aquí no hay nadie.
One enemy remaining.
Ends for now.
Good.
I'll make them remember. They're only
Está saliendo bien por aquí, chavales.
We go B or A? Okay, we'll go C.
Still in
Cover
sight.
going out.
This way!
Cover going out.
Go, go, go!
Target down.
Your duty is not over!
Reload.
Spike down B.
Cutting their vision.
Thank you.
Watch them run.
Last player standing.
Spike planted. Shadows traveling.
Nice try. It's gonna be a hard match.
Time to stock back up. Go, go, go! I'm out of here!
I am everywhere.
I'm out of here!
The hunt begins.
Drone going out.
Enemy spotted A.
Gotta go!
Train harder.
Blind fools. Enemy defender spine.
Blinding.
I'm out of here!
80 Cypher. Okay, a derecha.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted!
Launching missile.
There!
Grenade is live.
Welcome to my world.
Gotta go!
Killing me was a mistake.
Go, go, go! Enough cameras. Their ciphers gotta go. Gotta go!
It begins.
Let's play this slow.
Cover going out.
I'm out of here! Go, go, go!
Shadows traveling.
Wall raised.
Two suppressed.
Coming through!
Enemy spotted. B.
Gotta go!
Enemy spotted. B.
Take this!
Missile deployed. Launching missile.
Ah, shit.
Spike
Holy shit.
down B. One enemy remaining.
They were not good
Very
enough.
nice.
Bueno.
Caution here.
Need a drop.
Go, go, go!
Combine me.
There.
Yeah, can you combine me, please?
Forward.
Buy for Reyna, buy. Guys.
Thank you.
Cover going out.
Locating target.
Shadows traveling.
Go,
Reloading.
go, go!
Enemy spotted A.
Fire in the hole!
Missile deployed.
Gotta go!
Thick.
Face your fear!
Parasite.
Or spikes down.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Kill.
There.
Sick.
The symphony of death. Don't worry. You get used to it.
Caution here.
I'm out of
Caution
here. I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Y mi fantón.
Shadows traveling.
La he echado la fantón. Qué gilipollas soy.
Reloading.
Drone going out.
Go, go, go.
Cutting their
One
vision.
suppressed.
I'm out of here. My ultimate is ready.
Enemy spotted A. Die. My ult's ready.
Go, go, go!
There. Enemy spotted. A.
Vete, vete a plantar, me encargo.
Still inside.
I'm out of here.
Night munition. Reloading.
Allez, gotta go! Go, go, go! Shortcut!
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted. Gotta go!
Missile deployed.
There.
Ay, perdón.
Nice one.
But killing me was a mistake.
Perdón, me ha podido.
Last round before the switch.
Don't be cheap.
Who
Spend
needs a
it all
gun?
before it's gone.
Who needs a gun?
Go, go, go!
They're weak. Good.
And I kissed him on the chest. It tasted of salt and some pungent, unknown bitter spice. Clearly, as others might put it, it would become an acquired taste. One hand on my hand on my shoulder, he held me very close. Then he said, "We've got to go. I better get you home before dawn." It was 4:30. "I guess so," I said, and we got up and walked into the shower. I washed his body and he washed mine, and we laughed a lot, like children, and he warned me if I didn't take my hands off him we might never get uptown, and then my daddy might jump salty, and after all, Fawny
Nice.
said. He had a lot to talk to my daddy about, and he had to talk to him right away. Fawny got me home at 7. He held me in his arms in the almost empty subway all the way uptown. It was Sunday morning.
Can someone get this?
This.
No.
Need a drop.
This.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go!
Holding position. Keep them out.
Gente aquí, se
Enemy
fue 30.
spotted B.
I'm out of here.
Enemy spotted mid.
Cover going out.
Cutting their vision.
Gotta go! Gotta go!
Still in sight.
Launching missile.
Swipe!
Reloading. Enemy
Enemy
spotted B.
Aspettate.
Watch out! Go, go, go!
80 reina aquí.
I'm out of here.
Enemy spotted. B.
Me toca Rey.
There.
Por acá me vamos. Ahí derecho.
One enemy remaining.
Dile hasta un toque.
Gotta go!
¿Cuándo?
Not killing me
Nice.
was a mistake.
They're losing heart. I can feel it.
Gotta go!
Gente aquí.
Go, go, go!
Venga, hombre. Posible y le metió 3 escopetazos. Cuidado.
Go, go, go!
Killing targets.
Almost out.
One suppressed.
Watch out! Smart move.
Spike planted.
Wait. Get lost. I'm out of here.
La escopeta, la escopeta. Tiene escopeta, tiene escopeta.
Gotta go.
Sacándela.
Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, Neo, nice.
Thank you.
I've tried explode. Go, go, go! Out of charges.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Gun here. I'm out of here.
The hunt begins.
Gotta go.
Enemy spotted A.
Almost out.
Ya está la polla de la escopeta, tío. Tengo que coger.
Huevo nada.
Bye bye.
Derecha, 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 derecha. Derecha, derecha.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down A.
That's right.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Don't worry.
No problem.
Go, go, go!
I will hold up the sky.
Vente aquí, puta nada.
There.
Enemy spotted A.
I'm out of here.
One suppressed.
Sage, can you heal, please? I'm here.
Healing you.
Thank you.
Gotta go.
My ultimate is ready.
Sí, hombre.
This is how we dance.
Eso es súper cagado.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Go, go, go. Running low.
30 seconds left.
Enemy and attackers.
I'm out of here.
Slip away quietly.
Running low. Gotta go. Out of charges.
Very nice. My ballistic set up easy kills. And if they don't, pues...
You can't
I'm out of here.
dead.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
Gracias, bro.
We got this.
I'll show them. Lintik kayo. Go, go, go.
Enemy spotted B.
No hay nadie.
Spike down B.
Almost out. Gotta go.
Enemy spotted B.
No hay.
Enemy and attackers.
One enemy remaining.
My ult ready.
Nice.
I'm out of here.
Match point.
A single battle.
Very
between
nice.
Us. Gotta go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
No prisoners. Cutting their vision. Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
They will cower.
My ultimate is ready.
Face your fear.
Three suppressed.
Here we go. Shocking.
Enemy spotted A. I'll take it.
Running low.
One enemy remaining.
El tío en 6, lánzate. Es tu oportunidad de brillar.
Alright. GG.
Defenders win.
Do not
Light ignition.
We walked our streets together, hand in hand. Not even the church people were up yet, and the people who were still up, the few people, didn't have eyes for us, didn't have eyes for anybody or anything. We got to my stoop, and I thought Fawny would leave me there, and I turned to kiss him away, but he took me by the hand and said, "Come on," and we walked up the stairs. Fawny knocked on the door. Sis opened it, her hair tied up, wearing an old green bathrobe. She looked as evil as she could be. She looked from me to Fawny and back again. She didn't exactly want to, but she smiled. "You're just in time for coffee," she said, and moved back from the door to let us in. I started to say, but Fonny said, "Good morning, Miss Rivers," and something in his tone made Sis look at him sharply and come full awake. "I'm sorry we coming in so late. Can I speak to Mr. Rivers, please? It's important." He still held me by the hand. "It might be easier to see him," Sis said, "if you come inside, out of the hall." I started again, intending to make up God knows what excuse. "Want to get married," Fonny said. "Then you'd really better have some coffee," Sis said, and closed the door behind us. Sharon now came into the kitchen, and she was somewhat more together than Sis. That is, she was wearing slacks and a sweater, and she had knotted her hair in one braid and skewered it to the top of her skull. "Now, where have you two been?" she began. "Till this hour of the morning. Don't you know better than to be behaving like that? I declare." We was just about to start calling the police. But I could see, too, that she was relieved that Fonny was sitting in the kitchen beside me. That meant something very important, and she knew it. It would have been a very different scene, and she would have been in very different trouble if I had come upstairs alone. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Rivers," Fonny said. "It's all my fault. I hadn't seen Tish for a few weeks, and we had a lot to talk about. I had a lot to talk about, and," he gestured, "I kept her out." "Talking?" Sharon asked. He did not quite flinch. He did not drop his eyes. "We want to get married," he said. "That's how come I kept her out so late." They watched each other. "I love Tish," he said. "That's why I stayed away so long. He looked briefly at me, went to see other girls, and I did all kind of things to kind of get it out of my mind." He looked at me again. He looked down. But I could see I was just fooling myself. I didn't love nobody else but her. And then I got scared that maybe she'd go away or somebody else would come along and take her away, and so I came back. He tried to grin. "I came running back. And I don't want to have to go away again. Then, she's always been my girl, you know that. And I am not a bad boy. You know that. And you're the only family I've ever had. That," Sharon grumbled, "is why I can't figure out why you calling me Mrs. Rivers all of a sudden." She looked at me. "Yeah, I hope you realize, miss, that you ain't but 18 years old. That argument," said Sis, "and a subway token will get you from here to the corner. If that far." She poured the coffee. "Actually, it's the older sister who is expected to marry first. But we have never stood on ceremony in this house. What do you think about all this?" Sharon asked her. "Me? I'm delighted to be rid of the little brat. I never could stand her. I could never see what all the rest of you saw in her, I swear." She sat down at the table and grinned. "Take some sugar, Fonny. You are going to need it, believe me, if you intend to tie yourself up with my sweet, sweet little sister." Sharon went to the kitchen door and yelled, "Joe, come on out here. Lightning's done struck the poorhouse. Come on, now, I mean it." Fonny took my hand. Joseph came into the kitchen in slippers, old corduroy pants, and a t-shirt. I began to realize that no one in this house had really been to sleep. Joseph saw me first. He really did not see anyone else. And since he was both furious and relieved, his tone was very measured. "I'd like you to tell me exactly what you mean, young lady, by walking in here this hour of the morning. If you want to leave home, then you leave home, you hear? But as long as you in my house, you got to respect it. You hear me?" Then he saw Fonny, and Fonny let go my hand and stood up. He said, "Mr. Rivers, please don't scold Tish. It's all my fault, sir. I kept her out. I had to talk to her. Please, Mr. Rivers, please. I asked her to marry me. That's what we were doing out so long. We want to get married. That's why I'm here. You're her father. You love her. And so I know you have to know that I love her. I've loved her all my life. You know that. And if I didn't love her, I wouldn't be standing in this room now, would I? I could have left her on the stoop and run away again. I know you might want to beat me up. But I love her. That's all I can tell you." Joseph looked at him. "How old are you?" "I'm 21, sir." You think that's old enough to get married? I don't know, sir. But it's old enough to know who you love. You think so? Fani straightened. I know so. How you going to feed her? How did you? We, the women, were out of it now, and we knew it. Ernestine poured Joseph a cup of coffee and pushed it in his direction. You got a job? I load moving vans in the daytime, and I sculpt at night. I'm a sculptor. We know it won't be easy, but I'm a real artist. And I'm going to be a very good artist. Maybe even a great one. And they stared at each other again. Joseph picked up his coffee without looking at it and sipped it without tasting it. Now let me get this straight. You asked my little girl to marry you, and she said, yes, said Fani. And you come here to tell me or to ask my permission? Both, sir, said Fani. And you ain't got no kind of future, Fani said. Both men, again, then measured each other. Joseph put his coffee down. Fani had not touched his. What would you do in my place? Joseph asked. I could feel Fani trembling. He could not help it. His hand touched my shoulder lightly, then moved away. I'd ask my daughter. If she tells you she don't love me, I'll go away and I won't never bother you no more. Joseph looked hard at Fani, a long look in which one watched skepticism surrender to a certain resigned tenderness, a self-recognition. He looked as though he wanted to knock Fani down. He looked as though he wanted to take him in his arms. Then Joseph looked at me. Do you love him? You want to marry him? Yes. I had not known my voice could sound so strange. Yes. Yes. Then I said, I'm very much your daughter, you know, and very much my mother's daughter. So you ought to know that I mean no when I say no, and I mean yes when I say yes. And Fani came here to ask for your permission, and I love him for that. I very much want your permission because I love you. But I am not going to marry you. I am going to marry Fani. Joseph sat down. When? As soon as we get the bread together, Fani said. Joseph said, you and me, son, we better go into the other room. And so they went away. We did not say anything. There was nothing for us to say. Only Mama said, after a moment, you sure you love him, Tish? You're sure? Mama, I said, why do you ask me that? Because she's been secretly hoping that you'd marry Governor Rockefeller, Ernestine said. For a moment Mama looked at her, hard. Then she laughed. Ernestine, without knowing it or meaning to, had come very close to the truth. Not the literal truth, but the truth, for the dream of safety dies hard. I said, you know that dried-up cracker asshole is much too old for me. Sharon laughed again. That is not, she said, the way he sees himself. But I guess I just would not be able to swallow the way he would see you. So, we can close the subject. You going to marry Fani? All right. When I really think about it, and now she paused, and, in a way, she was no longer Sharon, my mother, but someone else. But that someone else was, precisely, my mother, Sharon. I guess I'm real pleased. She leaned back, arms folded, looking away, thinking ahead. Yeah, he's real. He's a man. He's not a man yet, said Ernestine, but he's going to become a man. That's why you're sitting there, fighting them tears. Because that means that your youngest daughter is about to become a woman. Oh, shut up, Sharon said. Wish to God you'd get married to somebody. Then I'd be able to bug you half to death, instead of the other way around. You'd miss me, too, said Ernestine, very quietly, but I don't think I'm ever going to marry. Some people do, you know, Mama, and some people don't. She stood up and kind of circled the room and sat down. Again. We could hear Fani's voice and Joseph's voice in the other room, but we couldn't hear what they were saying. Also, we were trying very hard not to hear. Men are men, and sometimes they must be left alone. Especially if you have the sense to realize that if they're locked in a room together, where they may not especially want to be, they are locked in because of their responsibility for the women outside. Well, I can understand that, said Sharon, very steadily and without moving. The only trouble, Ernestine said, is that sometimes you would like to belong to somebody. But I said, I had not known I was going to say it. It's very frightening to belong to somebody. And perhaps until the moment I heard myself say this, I had not realized that this is true. 6 in one, said Ernestine and smiled, half dozen in the other. Joseph and Fani came back from the other room. Both of you are crazy, Joseph said, but there's nothing I can do about that. He watched Fani. He smiled, a smile both sweet and reluctant. Then he looked at me. But Fani's right. Somebody was bound to come along someday and take you away. I just didn't think it would happen so soon. But like Fani says, and it's true, you've always been together, from childhood on. And you ain't children no more. He took Fani by the hand and led Fani to me, and he took me by the hand and he pulled me to my feet. He put my hand in Fani's hand. Take care of each other, he said. You're going to find out that it's more than a notion. Tears were standing in Fani's eyes. He kissed my father. He let go my hand. He moved to the door. I've got to get home, he said, and tell my daddy. His face changed. He looked at me. He kissed me across the space dividing us. He'll be mighty happy, he said. He opened the door. He said to Joseph, "We be back here around 6 this evening, okay?" "Okay," said Joseph, and now he was smiling all over his face. Fani went on out the door. 2 or 3 days later, Tuesday or Wednesday, we went downtown together again and started seriously, looking around for our loft. And that was going to turn out to be a trip and a half. Mr. Hayward was in his office on the Monday, just as he had said he would be. I got there about 7:15, and Mama was with me. Mr. Hayward is about 37, I would guess, with gentle brown eyes and thinning brown hair. He's very, very tall, and he's big, and he's nice enough, or he seems nice enough, but I'm just not comfortable with him. I don't know if it's fair to blame him for this. I'm not really comfortable with anybody these days, and I guess I certainly wouldn't be comfortable with a lawyer. He stood up as we came in and put Mama in the big chair and me in the smaller one and sat down again behind his desk. "How are you ladies today? Mrs. Rivers? And how are you, Tish? Did you see Fani?" "Yes, at 6 o'clock. And how is he?" That always seemed a foolish question to me. How is a man if he's fighting to get out of prison? But then, too, I had to force myself to see, from another point of view, that it was an important question. For one thing, it was the question I was living with, and for another, knowing how Fani might make a very important difference for Mr. Hayward and help him with his case. But I also resented having to tell Mr. Hayward anything at all about Fani. There was so much that I felt he should already have known. But maybe I'm being unfair about that, too. Well, let's put it this way, Mr. Hayward. He hates being in there, but he's trying not to let it break him. When we going to get him out? Asked Mama. Mr. Hayward looked from Mama to me and smiled, a painful smile, as though he had just been kicked in the balls. He said, "Well, as you ladies know, this is a very difficult case." "That's why my sister hired you," I said. "And you are beginning to feel now that her confidence was misplaced?"
How is that?
He was still smiling. He lit a cigar. "No," I said, "I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't have dared to say that, not yet anyway, because I was afraid of having to look for another lawyer, who might easily be worse. We liked having Fani around," Mama said, "and we just kind of miss him." "I can certainly understand that," he said, "and I'm doing all I can to get him back to you, just as fast as I can. But as you ladies know, the very greatest difficulty has been caused by the refusal of Mrs. Rogers to reconsider her testimony. And now she has disappeared." "Disappeared?" I shouted. "How can she just disappear?" "Tish," he said, "this is a very big city, a very big country, even, for that matter, a very big world. People do disappear. I don't think that she has gone very far. They certainly do not have the means for a long journey, but her family may have returned her to Puerto Rico. In any case, in order to find her, I will need special investigators, and that means money," Mama said. "Alas," said Mr. Hayward. He stared at me from behind his cigar, an odd, expectant, surprisingly sorrowful look. I had stood up. Now I sat down. "That filthy bitch," I said, "that filthy bitch." "How much money?" Mama asked. "I am trying to keep it as low as possible," said Mr. Hayward, with a shy, boyish smile, "but special investigators are special, I'm afraid, and they know it. If we're lucky, we'll locate Mrs. Rogers in a matter of days or weeks. If not, he shrugged, well, for the moment, let's just assume we'll be lucky. And he smiled again. Puerto Rico, Mama said heavily. We don't know that she has returned there, Mr. Hayward said, but it is a very vivid possibility. Anyway, she and her husband disappeared some days ago from the apartment on Orchard Street, leaving no forwarding address. We have not been able to contact the other relatives, the aunts and uncles, who, anyway, as you know, have never been very cooperative. But doesn't it make it look bad for her story, I asked, to just disappear like that? She's the key witness in this case. Yes, but she is a distraught, ignorant, Puerto Rican woman, suffering from the after effects of rape. So her behavior is not incomprehensible. You see what I mean? He looked at me hard, and his voice changed. And she is only one of the key witnesses in this case. You have forgotten the testimony of Officer Bell. His was the really authoritative identification of the rapist. It is Bell who swears that he saw Fani running away from the scene of the crime. And I have always been of the opinion, you will remember that we discussed this, that it is his testimony which Mrs. Rogers continually repeats. If he saw Fani at the scene of the crime, then why did he have to wait and come and get him out of the house? Tish, Mama said. Tish. Then, you mean, let me get you straight now, that it's that Officer Bell who tells her what to say? You mean that? Yes, said Mr. Hayward. I looked at Hayward. I looked around the room. We were way downtown, near Broadway, not far from Trinity Church. The office was of dark wood, very smooth and polished. The desk was wide, with 2 telephones. A button kept flashing. Hayward ignored it, watching me. There were trophies and diplomas on the walls, and a large photograph of Hayward, Sr. On the desk, framed, were 2 photographs, one of his wife, smiling, and one of his 2 small boys. There was no connection between this room and me. Yet, here I was. You're saying I said that there's no way of getting at the truth in this case? No, I am not saying that. He relit his cigar. The truth of a case doesn't matter. What matters is, who wins? Cigar smoke filled the room. I don't mean, he said, carefully, that I doubt the truth. If I didn't believe in Fani's innocence, I would never have taken the case. I know something about Officer Bell, who is a racist and a liar. I have told him that to his face, so you can feel perfectly free to quote me to anyone at any time you wish. And I know something about the DA in charge of this case, who is worse. Now, you and Fani insist that you were together in the room on Bank Street, along with an old friend, Daniel Carty. Your testimony, as you can imagine, counts for nothing, and Daniel Carty has just been arrested by the DA's office and is being held incommunicado. I have not been allowed to see him. Now he rose and paced to the window. What they are doing is really against the law, but Daniel has a record, as you know. They obviously intend to make him change his testimony. And I do not know this, but I am willing to bet that that is how and why Mrs. Rogers has disappeared. He paced back to his desk and sat down. So, you see, he looked up at me. I will make it as easy as I can, but it will still be very hard. How soon do you need the money? Mama asked. I have begun the operation already, he said, of tracing the lady. I will need the money as soon as you can get it. I will also force the DA's office to allow me to see Daniel Carty, but they will throw every conceivable obstacle in my way. So we're trying, Mama said, to buy time. Yes, he said. Time. The word told like the bells of a church. Fani was doing time. In 6 months' time, our baby would be here. Somewhere in time, Fani and I had met. Somewhere in time, we had loved. Somewhere no longer in time, but now, totally at time's mercy, we loved. Somewhere in time, Fani paced a prison cell, his hair growing, nappier and nappier. Somewhere in time, he stroked his chin, itching for a shave. Somewhere in time, he scratched his armpits, aching for a bath. Somewhere in time, he looked about him, knowing that he was being lied to in time, with the connivance of time. In another time, he had feared life. Now he feared death, somewhere in time. He awoke every morning with Tish on his eyelids and fell asleep every night with Tish tormenting his navel. He lived, now in time, with the roar and the stink and the beauty and horror of innumerable men, and he had been dropped into this inferno in the twinkling of an eye. Time could not be bought. The only coin time accepted was life. Sitting on the leather arm of Mr. Hayward's chair, I looked through the vast window, way down on Broadway, and I began to cry. Tish, said Hayward, helplessly. Mammam came and took me in her arms. Don't do us like that, she said. Don't do us like that. But I couldn't stop. It just seemed that we would never find Mrs. Rogers, that Bell wouldn't ever change his testimony, that Daniel would be beaten until he changed his, and Fawny would rot in prison. Fawny would die there, and I could not live without Fawny. Tish, Mama sighed, you a woman now. You got to be a woman. We are in a rough situation, but if you really want to think about it, ain't nothing new about that. That's just exactly, daughter, when you do not give up. You can't give up. We got to get Fawny out of there. I don't care what we have to do it. You understand me, daughter?
Like that.
This shit has been going on long enough. Now, you start thinking about it any other way, you're just going to make yourself sick. You can't get sick now. You know that. I'd rather for the state to kill him than for you to kill him. So, come on. Now, we're going to get him out. She moved away from me. I dried my eyes. She turned back to Hayward. You don't have an address for that child in Puerto Rico, do you? Yes. He wrote it out on a piece of paper and handed it to her. We're sending somebody down there this week. Mama folded the piece of paper and put it in her purse. How soon do you think you'll be able to see Daniel? I intend, he said, to see him tomorrow, but I'm going to have to raise all kinds of hell to do it, well, Mama said, just as long as you do it. She came back to me. We'll put our heads together, at home, Mr. Hayward, and start working it on out, and I'll have Ernestine call you early tomorrow morning. All right, that's fine. Please give Ernestine my regards. He put down his cigar and came and put one clumsy hand on my shoulder. My dear Tish, he said, please hold on. Please hold on. I swear to you that we will win, that Fawny. We'll have his freedom. No, it will not be easy. But neither will it be as insurmountable as it seems to you today. Tell her, Mama said. Now, when I go to see Fawny, the first question he always asks is always about you. And I always say, Tish, she's fine. But he watches my face to make sure I'm not lying. And I'm a very bad liar. I'm going to see him tomorrow. What shall I tell him? I said, tell him I'm fine. Do you think you can manage to give us a little smile? To go with the message. I could carry it with me. He'd like that. I smiled, and he smiled, and something really human happened between us for the first time. He released my shoulder and walked over to Mama. Could you have Ernestine call me around 10? Or even earlier, if possible. Otherwise, she may not be able to get me before 6. Will do. And thank you very much, Mr. Hayward. You know something? I wish you'd drop the mister. Well, okay. Hayward. Call me Sharon. That I will do. And I hope that we become friends out of all this. I'm sure we will, Mama said. Thank you again. Bye now. Dude, bye. Don't forget what I said, Tish. I won't. I promise. Tell Fawny I'm fine. That's my girl. Or, rather, and he looked more boyish than ever, Fawny's girl. And he smiled. He opened the door for us. He said, goodbye. We said, goodbye. Fawny had been walking down 7th Avenue on a Saturday afternoon when he ran into Daniel again. They had not seen each other since their days in school. Time had not improved Daniel. He was still big, black, and loud. At the age of 23, he is a little older than Fawny. He was already running out of familiar faces. So, they grabbed each other on the avenue after a moment of genuine shock and delight, howling with laughter, beating each. Other around the head and shoulders, children again, and, though Fawny doesn't like bars, sat themselves down at the nearest one and ordered 2 beers. Wow! What's happening? I don't know which of them asked the question, or which of them asked it first, but I can see their faces. Why are you asking me, man? Because, like the man says about MT Everest, you're there. Where? No kidding, man. How you making it? I got a slave for the Jew in the garment center, pushing a hand truck, man, riding up and down in them elevators. How your folks? Oh, my daddy passed, man, while ago. I'm still at the same place with my mama. Her varicose veins come down on her, though. So, and Daniel looked down into his beer. What you doing? I mean now. You mean this minute? I mean, you any plans, man? You hung up, or can you come on and hang out with me? I mean, right now. I ain't doing nothing. Fonny swallowed his beer and paid the man. Come on. We got some beer at the pad. Come on. You remember Tish? Tish? Yeah, Tish. Skinny little Tish. My girl. Skinny little Tish? Yeah. She's still my girl. We going to get married, man. Come on, and let me show you the pad. And she'll fix us something to eat. Come on, I told you we got beer at the house. And, though he certainly shouldn't be spending the money, he pushes Daniel into a cab, and they roll on down to Bank Street, where I am not expecting them. But Fonny is big and cheerful, overjoyed, and the truth is that I recognize Daniel by the light in Fonny's eyes. For it is not so much that time has not improved him. I can see to what extent he has been beaten. This is not because I am perceptive, but because I am in love with Fonny. Neither love nor terror makes one blind. Indifference makes one blind. And I could not be indifferent to Daniel because I realized, from Fonny's face, how marvelous it was for him to have scooped up, miraculously, from the swamp waters of his past, a friend. But it means that I must go out, shopping, and so out I go, leaving them alone. We have a record player. As I go out, Fonny is putting on Compared to What, and Daniel is squatting on the floor, drinking beer. So, you really going to get married? Daniel asks, both wistful and mocking. Well, yeah, we looking for a place to live. We looking for a loft because that don't cost no whole lot of bread, you know, and that way I can work without Tish being bugged to death. This room ain't big enough for one, ain't no question about its being big enough for two, and I got all my work here and in the basement. He is rolling a cigarette as he says this, for him and for Daniel, squatting opposite him. They got lofts standing empty all over the east side, man, and don't nobody want to rent them except freaks like me. And they all fire traps, and some of them ain't even got no toilets. So, you figure like finding a loft ain't going to be no sweat. He lights the cigarette, takes a drag, and hands it to Daniel. But man, this country really do not like niggers. They do not like niggers so bad. Man, they will rent to a leper first. I swear. Daniel drags on the cigarette, hands it back to Fonny, tired old ladies kissing dogs. Cries the record player, who drags on it, takes a sip of his beer and hands it back. Sometimes Tish and I go together. Sometimes she goes alone. Sometimes I go alone. But it's always the same story, man. He stands up. And now I can't let Tish go alone no more because, dig, last week we thought we had us a loft. The cat had promised it to her. But he had not seen me. And he figures a black chick by herself, way downtown, look ing for a loft. Well, he know he going to make it with her. He thinks she's propositioning him. That's what he really thinks. And Tish comes to tell me, just so proud and happy he sits down again, and we go on over there. And when the cat sees me, he says there's been some great misunderstanding. He can't rent the loft because he's got all these relatives coming in from Romania like in half an hour, and he got to give it to them. Shit. And I told him he was full of shit, and he threatened to call the cops on my ass. He takes the cigarette from Daniel. I'm really going to have to try to figure out some way of getting some bread together and getting out of this fucking country. How you going to do that? I don't know yet, says Fonny. Tish can't swim. He gives the cigarette back to Daniel, and they whoop and rock with laughter. Maybe you could go first, says Daniel, soberly. The cigarette and the record are finished. No, says Fonny, I don't think I want to do that. Daniel watches him. I'd be too scared. Scared of what? Asks Daniel, though he really knows the answer to this question. Just scared, says Fonny, after a long silence. Scared of what might happen to Tish? Daniel asks. There is another long silence. Fonny is staring out the window. Daniel is staring at Fawny's back. Yes, Fawny says, finally. Then, scared of what might happen to both of us, without each other. Like, Tish ain't got no sense at all, man. She trusts everybody. She walked down the street, swinging that little behind of hers, and she's surprised, man, when some cat tries to jump her. She don't see what I see. And silence falls again, Daniel watching him, and Fawny says, I know I might seem to be a weird kind of cat. But I got two things in my life, man. I got my wood and stone, and I got Tish. If I lose them, I'm lost. I know that. You know, and now he turns to face Daniel. Whatever's in me I didn't put there. And I can't take it out. Daniel moves to the pallet, leans against the wall. I don't know if you so weird. I know you lucky. I ain't got nothing like that. Can I have another beer, man? Sure, Fawny says, and goes to open 2 more cans. He hands one to Daniel, and Daniel takes a long swallow before he says, I just come out the slammer, baby. 2 years. Fawny says nothing, just turns and looks. Daniel says nothing, swallows a little more beer. They still say, stole a car. Man, I can't even drive a car, and I tried to make my lawyer, but he was really their lawyer. Dig, he worked for the city. Prove that, but he didn't. And anyway, I wasn't in no car when they picked me up. But I had a little grass on me. I was on my stoop. And so they come and picked me up like that, you know, it was about midnight, and they locked me up, and then the next morning they put me in the lineup, and somebody said it was me stole the car. That car I ain't seen yet. And so, you know, since I had that weed on me, they had me anyhow, and so they said if I would plead guilty, they'd give me a lighter sentence. If I didn't plead guilty, they'd throw me the book. Well, he sips his beer again. I was alone, baby, wasn't nobody, and so I entered the guilty plea. 2 years. He leans forward, staring at Fawny. But then, it sounded a whole lot better than the marijuana charge. He leans back and laughs and sips his beer and looks up at Fawny. It wasn't I let them fuck over me because I was scared and dumb, and I'm sorry now. He is silent. Then, 2 years. By the balls, says Fawny. Yes, says Daniel, after the loudest and longest silence either of them has ever known. When I come back in, they are both sitting there, a little high, and I say nothing and I move about in the tiny space of the kitchenette as quietly as I can. Fawny comes in for a moment and rubs up against me from behind and hugs me and kisses the nape of my neck. Then, he returns to Daniel. How long you been out? About 3 months. He leaves the pallet, walks to the window. Man, it was bad. Very bad. And it's bad now. Maybe I'd feel different if I had done something and got caught. But I didn't do nothing. They were just playing with me, man, because they could. And I'm lucky it was only 2 years, you dig? Because they can do with you whatever they want. Whatever they want. And they dogs, man. I really found out in the slammer what Malcolm and them cats was talking about. The white man's got to be the devil. He sure ain't a man. Some of the things I save, baby, I'll be dreaming about until the day I die. Fawny puts one hand on Daniel's neck. Daniel shudders. Tears stream down his face. I know, Fawny says gently, but try not to let it get to you too tough. You out now, it's over, you young. Man, I know what you're saying. And I appreciate it. But you don't know. The worst thing, man, the worst thing, is that they can make you so fucking scared. Scared, man. Scared. Fawny says nothing, simply stands there with his hand on Daniel's neck. I yell, from the kitchen, you cats hungry? Yeah. Fawny yells back, we starving. Move it. Daniel dries his eyes and comes to the door of the kitchenette and smiles at me. It's nice to see you, Tish. You sure ain't gained no weight, have you? You hush. I'm skinny because I'm poor. Well, I sure don't know why you didn't pick yourself a rich husband. You ain't never going to gain no weight now. Well, if you skinny, Daniel, you can move faster, and when you in a tight place, you got a better chance of getting out of it. You see what I mean? You sound like you got it figured. You learn all that from Fawny. I learned some things from Fawny. But I also have a swift, natural intelligence. Haven't you been struck by it? Tish, I've been struck by so many things that I really have not had time to do you justice. You're not the only one. And I can't really blame you. I'm so remarkable, I sometimes have to pinch myself. Daniel laughs. TD like to see that. Where? Fani mutters, she's so remarkable, I sometimes have to go upside her head. He beats you too? Ah, what can I do? All my life is just despair, but I don't care. Suddenly we are singing when he takes me in his arms. The world is bright, all right. What's the difference that I say? I'll go away. When I know I'll come back. On my knees someday. For whatever my man is. I am his, forevermore. Then we are laughing. Daniel sobers, looking within. Suddenly very far away. Poor Billy, he says. They beat the living crap out of her, too. Man, Fani says, we just have to move it from day to day. If you think too much about it, you really are fucked. Can't move at all. Let's eat, I say. Come on. I have prepared what I know Fani likes. Ribs and cornbread and rice, with gravy and green peas. Fani puts on the record player. Lo, Marvin Gaye's, what's going on? Maybe Tish can't gain no weight, says Daniel after a moment. But you sure will. You folks mind if I drop by more often? Say, around this time. Feel free, says Fani cheerfully and winks at me. Tish ain't very good looking, but she can sure get the pots together. I'm happy to know I have some human use. I tell him, and he winks at me again and starts chewing on a rib. Fani chews on the rib and watches me, and in complete silence, without moving a muscle, we are laughing with each other. We are laughing for many reasons. We are together somewhere where no one can reach us, touch us, joined. We are happy, even, that we have food enough for Daniel, who eats peacefully, not knowing that we are laughing, but sensing that something wonderful has happened to us, which means that wonderful things happen, and that maybe something wonderful will happen to him. It's wonderful, anyway, to be able to help a person to have that feeling. Daniel stays with us till midnight. He's a little afraid to leave, afraid, in fact, to hit those streets, and Fani realizes this and walks him to the subway. Daniel, who cannot abandon his mother, yet longs to be free to confront his life, is terrified at the same time of what that life may bring, is terrified of freedom, and is struggling in a trap. And Fani, who is younger, struggles now to be older, in order to help his friend toward his deliverance. Didn't my Lord deliver Daniel? And why not every man? The song is old, the question unanswered. On their walk that night, and many nights thereafter, Daniel tried to tell Fani something about what had happened to him in prison. Sometimes he was at the house, and so I heard it, too. Sometimes he and Fani were alone. Sometimes when Daniel spoke, he cried. Sometimes Fani held him. Sometimes I did. Daniel brought it out, or forced it out, or tore it out of himself as though it were torn, twisted, chilling metal, bringing with it his flesh and his blood. He tore it out of himself like a man trying to be cured. You don't know what's happening to you at first. No way to know it. They come and got me off my stoop, and they searched me. When I thought about it later, I realized that I didn't really know why. I was always on that stoop, me and the other cats, and they was always passing by, and while I wasn't never on no shit, they knew some of the other cats has to be. You know they knew it. And they could see the dudes scratching and nodding. I think they dug that. When I thought about it later, I thought to myself, the motherfuckers really dig that shit. They go on into headquarters and report, everything's cool, sir. We escorted the French connection while he made his rounds, and the shit's been delivered and the niggers is out of it. But this night I was by myself, about to go on in, and they stopped the car and yelled at me and pushed me into the hallway and searched me. You know how they do it. I don't know. But Fani nods, his face still, his eyes very dark. And I had just picked up this grass, it was in my ass pocket. And so they pulled it out, man. Do they love to pat your ass, and one of them give it to the other, and one of them handcuffed me and pushed me into the car. And I hadn't known it was going to come to that. Maybe I was a little high. Maybe I hadn't had time to think. But baby, when that man put his handcuffs on me and pushed me down the steps and on into the car, and then that car started moving, I wanted to scream for my mama. And then I started getting scared, because she can't hardly do nothing for herself, and she'd start to worrying about me, and wouldn't nobody know where I was. They took me down to the precinct and they booked me on a narcotics charge, and they took everything I had off of me, and I started to ask, can I make a phone call? And then I realized that I didn't really have nobody to call except my mama, and who's she going to call this hour of night? I just hoped she was sleeping, you know, like she had just figured that I was out late, and by time she woke up in the morning and realized I wasn't there, that maybe I'd have figured out something. They put me in this little cell with about 4 or 5 other cats. They was just nodding and farting, and I sat there and I tried to get my mind together. Because what the fuck am I going to do? I ain't got nobody to call. I really don't. Except maybe that Jew I work for. He a nice enough dude, but man, he ain't hardly going to dig it. What I'm really trying to figure is how I can get somebody else to call my mama. Somebody who's cool, who can cool her. Somebody who can do something. But I can't think of nobody. Morning came, and they put us in the wagon. There's this old white motherfucker they picked up off the Bowery. I guess he done vomited all over himself, and he's looking down at the floor and he's singing. He can't sing, but he sure is stinking. And man, I'm sure grateful I ain't on no shit, because now one of the brothers has started to moan. He got his arms wrapped around himself, and sweat is starting to pour off that cat like water down a scrubbing board. I ain't much older than he is, and I sure wish I could help him, but I know I can't do nothing. And I think to myself, now, the cops who put him in this wagon know that this dude is sick. I know they know it. He ain't supposed to be in here, and him not hardly much more than a kid. But the mothers who put him in this wagon, man, they was coming in their pants while they did it. I don't believe there's a white man in this country, baby, who can even get his dick hard without he hear some nigger moan. Well, we get on down there. And I still ain't thought of nobody to call. I want to shit and I want to die, but I know I can't do neither. I figure they'll let me shit when they get ready. In the meantime, I just got to hold it best I can, and it's just pure foolishness for me to think of wanting to die, because they can kill me any time they want to, and maybe I'll die today. Before I shit. And then I think of my mama again. I know she worried by now. Sometimes Fawny held him. Sometimes I did. Sometimes he stood at the window with his back to us. I can't really tell you much more about it. Maybe there's a whole lot of shit that I won't never be able to tell nobody. They had me on the grass, and so they nailed me on the car. That car I ain't seen yet. I guess they just happened to need a car thief that day. Sure wish I knew whose car it was. I hope it wasn't no black dude's car, though. Then, sometimes, Daniel would grin. Sometimes he would dry his eyes. We would eat and drink together. Daniel was trying very hard to get past something unnameable. He was trying as hard as a man can try. And sometimes I held him, sometimes Fawny. We were all he had. On the Tuesday after the Monday that I saw Hayward, I saw Fawny at the 6 o'clock visit. I had never seen him so upset before. What the fuck we going to do about Mrs. Rogers? Where the fuck did she go? I don't know. But we'll find her. How you going to find her? We're sending people to Puerto Rico. We think that's where she went. And suppose she went to Argentina? Or Chile? Or China? Fawny, please. How's she going to get that far? They can give her the money to go anywhere. Who? The DA's office, that's who. Fawny, you don't believe me? You don't think they can do it? I don't think they have. How you going to get the money to find her? We're all working, all of us. Yeah. My daddy's working in the garment center. You're working in a department store. Your daddy's working on the waterfront. Fawny, listen. Listen to what? What we going to do about that fucking lawyer? He don't give a shit about me. He don't give a shit about nobody. You want me to die in here? You know what's going on in here? You know what's happening to me in here? Fawny, Fawny, Fawny. I'm sorry, baby. I don't mean none of that for you. I'm sorry. I love you, Tish. I'm sorry. I love you, Fawny. I love you. How's the baby coming? It's growing. It'll start showing more next month. We stared at each other. Get me out of here, baby. Get me out of here. Please. I promise. I promise. I promise. Don't cry. I'm sorry I yelled. I wasn't yelling at you, Tish. I know. Please don't cry. Please don't cry. It's bad for the baby. All right. Give us a smile, Tish. Is that all
That's not
right?
good.
You can do better than that. Is this better? Yeah. Give us a kiss. I kissed the glass. He kissed the glass. You still love me? I'll always love you, Fawny. I love you. I miss you. I miss everything about you. I miss everything we had together. Everything we did together, walking and talking and making love. Oh, baby, get me out of here. I will. Hold on. I promise. Later. Later. He followed the guard into the unimaginable inferno, and I stood up, my knees and elbows shaking, to cross the Sahara again. That night I dreamed all night. I had terrible dreams. In one of these dreams, Fawny was driving a truck, a great big truck, very fast, too fast, down the highway, and he was looking for me. But he didn't see me. I was behind the truck, calling out his name, but the roar of the motor drowned my voice. There were 2 turnings off this highway, and they both looked exactly alike. The highway was on a cliff, above the sea. One of the turnings led to the driveway of our house. The other led to the cliff's edge and a drop straight down to the sea. He was driving too fast, too fast. I called his name as loud as I could, and as he began to turn the truck, I screamed again and woke up. The light was on, and Sharon was standing above me. I cannot describe her face. She had brought in a cold, wet towel, and she wiped my brow and my neck. She leaned down and kissed me. Then she straightened and looked into my eyes. I know I can't help you very much right now. God knows what I wouldn't give if I could. But I know about suffering, if that helps. I know that it ends. I ain't going to tell you no lies, like it always ends for the better. Sometimes it ends for the worse. You can suffer so bad that you can be driven to a place where you can't ever suffer again, and that's worse. She took both my hands and held them tightly between her own. Try to remember that. And the only way anything ever gets done is when you make up your mind to do it. I know a lot of our loved ones, a lot of our men, have died in prison, but not all of them. You remember that. And you ain't really alone in that bed, Tish. You got that child beneath your heart, and we're all counting on you. Fawny's counting on you to bring that child here safe and well. You the only one who can do it. But you're strong. Lean on your strength. I said yes. Yes, Mama. I knew I didn't have any strength. But I was going to have to find some somewhere. Are you all right now? Can you sleep? Yes. I don't want to sound foolish. But just remember, love brought you here. If you trusted love this far, don't panic now. And, again, she kissed me and she turned out the light, and she left me. I lay there, wide awake, and very frightened. Get me out of here. I remembered women I had known, but scarcely looked at, who had frightened me, because they knew how to use their bodies in order to get something that they wanted. I now began to realize that my judgment of these women had had very little to do with morals. And I now began to wonder about the meaning of this word. My judgment had been due to my sense of how little they appeared to want. I could not conceive of peddling myself for so low a price. But for a higher price? For Fawny? And I fell asleep, for a white, and then I woke up. I had never been so tired in my life. I ached all over. I looked at the clock, and I realized that it would soon be time to get up and go to work unless I called in sick. But I could not call in sick. I got dressed and went out to the kitchen to have tea with Mama. Joseph and Ernestine had already gone. Mama and I sipped our tea in almost total silence. Something was turning over and over and over in my mind. I could not speak. I came down into the streets. It was a little past 8 o'clock. I walked these morning streets. These streets are never empty. I passed the old blind black man on the corner. Perhaps I had seen him all my life. But I wondered about his life, for the first time, now. There were about 4 kids, all junkies, standing on the corner, talking. Some women were rushing to work. I tried to read their faces. Some women were finally going to get a little rest, and they headed off the avenue to their furnished rooms. Every side street was piled high with garbage, and garbage was piled high before every stoop along the avenue. I thought, if I'm going to pedal ass, I better not try it up here. It would take just as long as scrubbing floors and be a lot more painful. What I was really thinking was, I know I can't do it before the baby comes, but if Fonny's not out by then, maybe I'll have to try it. Maybe I better get ready. But there was something else turning over at the bottom of my mind, which I knew I didn't have the courage to look at yet. Get ready, how? I walked down the steps and pushed through the turnstile and stood on the subway platform with the others. When the train came, I pushed in with the others and I leaned against a pole while their breath and smell rolled over me. Cold sweat covered my forehead and began to trickle down my armpits and my back. I hadn't thought of it before because I knew I had to keep on working up to just about the last minute, but now I began to wonder just how, as I became heavier and sicker, I was going to get to work. If I should pass out, these people, getting on and getting off, would simply trample me and the baby to death. We're counting on you. Fonny's counting on you. Fonny's counting on you to bring that baby here, safe and well. I held the white bar more firmly. My freezing body shook. I looked around the subway car. It was a little like the drawings I had seen of slave ships. Of course, they hadn't had newspapers on the slave ships, hadn't needed them yet, but as concerned space, and also, perhaps, as concerned intention, the principle was exactly the same. A heavy man, smelling of hot sauce and toothpaste, breathed heavily into my face. It wasn't his fault that he had to breathe, or that my face was there. His body, pressed against me too very hard, but this did not mean that he was thinking of rape or thinking of me at all. He was probably wondering only, and that dimly, how he was going to get through another day on his job. And he certainly did not see me. And when a subway car is packed, unless it's full of people who know each other, going on a picnic, say, it is almost always silent. It's as though everybody is just holding his breath, waiting to get out of there. Each time the train comes into a station, and some of the people push you aside in order to get out, as happened now, for example, with the man who smelled of hot sauce and toothpaste, a great sigh seems to rise, stifled immediately by the people who get on. Now, a blonde girl, carrying a bandbox, was breathing her hangover into my face. My stop came, and I got off, climbed the steps, and crossed the street. I went into the service entrance and punched the clock, put my street clothes away, and went out to my counter. I was a little late for the floor, but I'd clocked in on time. The floor manager, a white boy, young, nice enough, gave me a mock scowl as I hurried to my place. It isn't only old white ladies who come to that counter to smell the back of my hand. Very rarely does a black cat come anywhere near this counter, and if, or when, he does, his intentions are often more generous and always more precise. Perhaps, for a black cat, I really do, too closely, resemble a helpless baby sister. He doesn't want to see me turn into a whore. And perhaps some black cats come closer, just to look into my eyes, just to hear my voice, to check out what's happening. And they never smell the back of my hand. A black cat puts out his hand, and you spray it, and he carries the back of his own hand to his own nostrils. And he doesn't bother to pretend that he's come to buy perfume. Sometimes he does, buy some perfume. Most often he doesn't. Sometimes the hand he has brought down from his nostrils clenches itself into a secret fist, and with that prayer, that salutation, he moves away. But a white man will carry your hand to his nostrils. He will hold it there. I watched everybody, all day long, with something turning over and over and over in my mind. Ernestine came to pick me up at the end of the day. She said that Mrs. Rogers had been located in Santurce, Puerto Rico, and some one of us would have to go there. With Hayward. No. Hayward's got to deal with Belle and the DA here. Anyway, you can see that, for many, many reasons, Hayward can't go. He'd be accused of intimidating a witness. But that's what they're doing. Tish, we were walking up 8th Avenue toward Columbus Circle. It would take us until your baby is voting age to prove that. Are we going to take the subway or the bus? We're going to sit down somewhere until this rush hour's over. You and me, we've got to talk anyway, before we talk to Mama and Daddy. They don't know yet. I haven't talked to them yet, and I realize how much Ernestine loves me at the same time that I remember that she is, after all, only 4 years older than I. Mrs. Victoria Rogers, Nay Victoria Maria San Felipe Sanchez, declares that on the evening of March 5th, between the hours of 11 and 12, in the vestibule of her home, she was criminally assaulted by a man she now knows to have been Alonzo Hunt, and was used by the aforesaid Hunt in the most extreme and abominable sexual manner, and forced to undergo the most unimaginable sexual perversions. I have never seen her. I know only that an American-born Irishman, Gary Rogers, an engineer, went to Puerto Rico about 6 years ago, and there met Victoria, who was then about 18. He married her and brought her to the mainland. His career did not go up, but down. He seems to have become embittered. In any case, having pumped 3 children out of her, he left. I know nothing about the man with whom she was living on Orchard Street, with whom, presumably, she had fled to Puerto Rico. The children are, presumably, somewhere on the mainland, with her relatives. Her home is Orchard Street. She lived on the 4th floor. If the rape took place in the vestibule, then she was raped on the ground floor, under the staircase. It could have taken place on the 4th floor, but it seems unlikely. There are 4 apartments on that floor. Orchard Street, if you know New York, is a very long way from Bank Street. Orchard Street is damn near in the East River, and Bank Street is practically in the Hudson. It is not possible to run from Orchard to Bank, particularly not with the police behind you. Yet, Bell swears that he saw Fonny run from the scene of the crime. This is possible only if Bell were off duty, for his beat is on the west side, not the east. Yet, Bell could arrest Fonny out of the house on Bank Street. It is then up to the accused to prove, and pay for proving, the irregularity and improbability of this sequence of events. Ernestine and I had sat down in the last booth of a bar off Columbus. Ernestine's way with me, and with all her children, is to drop something heavy on you and then lean back, calculating how you'll take it. She's got to know that, in order to calculate her own position, the net's got to be in place. Now, maybe because I had spent so much of the day and the night before with my terrors and my calculations concerning the possible sale of my body, I began to see the reality of rape. I asked, "Do you think she really was raped?" Tish. I don't know what's going on in that busy, ingrown mind of yours, but that question has no bearing on anything. As facts as our situation is concerned, baby, she was raped. That's it. She paused and sipped her drink. She sounded very calm, but her forehead was tense, intelligent, with terror. I think, in fact, that she was raped and that she has absolutely no idea who did it, would probably not even recognize him if he passed her on the street. I may sound crazy, but the mind works that way. She'd recognize him if he raped her again. But then it would no longer be rape. If you see what I mean. I see what you mean. But why does she accuse Fonny? Because Fonny was presented to her as the rapist, and it was much easier to say yes than to try and relive the whole damn thing again. This way, it's over for her. Except for the trial. But then it's really over. For her. And for us, too? No, she looked at me very steadily. It may seem a funny thing to say, but I found myself admiring her guts. It won't be over for us. She spoke very carefully, watching me all the while. There's a way in which it may never be over for us. But we won't talk about that now. Listen, we have to think about it very seriously and in another way. That's why I wanted to have a drink alone with you before we went home. What are you trying to tell me? I was suddenly very frightened. Listen, I don't think that we can get her to change her testimony. You've got to understand, she's not lying. What are you trying to tell me? What the fuck do you mean she's not lying? Will you listen to me? Please? Of course, she's lying. We know she's lying. But she's not lying. As far as she's concerned, Fonny raped her and that's that, and now she hasn't got to deal with it anymore. It's over. For her. If she changes her testimony, she'll go mad. Or become another woman. And you know how often people go mad, and how rarely they change. So, what are we to do? We have to disprove the state's case. There's no point in saying that we have to make them prove it, because as far as they're concerned, the accusation is the proof, and that's exactly the way those nuts in the jury box will take it, quiet as it's kept. They're liars, too, and we know they're liars. But they don't. I remembered, for some reason, something someone had said to me a long time ago. It might have been Fawny. A fool never says he's a fool. We can't disprove it. Daniel's in jail. Yes, but Hayward is seeing him tomorrow. That don't mean nothing. Daniel is still going to change his testimony, I bet you. He may. He may not. But I have another idea. There we sat, in this dirty bar, two sisters trying to be cool. Let's say the worst comes to the worst. Mrs. Rogers will not change her testimony. Let's say Daniel changes his. That leaves only Officer Bell, doesn't it? Yes. And so what? Well, I have a file on him. A long file. I can prove that he murdered a 12-year-old black boy in Brooklyn 2 years ago. That's how come he was transferred to Manhattan. I know the mother of the murdered boy. And I know Bell's wife, who hates him. She can't testify against him. She hasn't got to testify against him. She just has to sit in that courtroom and watch him. I don't see how this helps us. At all. I know you don't. And you may be right. But if worst comes to worst, and it's always better to assume that it will come to worst, then our tactic has to be to shatter the credibility of the state's only witness. Ernestine, I said, you're dreaming. I don't think I am. I'm gambling. If I can get those two women, one white and one black, to sit in that courtroom, and if Hayward does his work right, we ought to be able to shatter the case on cross-examination. Remember, Tish, that, after all, it isn't very much of a case. If Fawny were white, it wouldn't be a case at all. Well, I understand what she means. I know where she's coming from. It's a long shot. But in our position, after all, only the long shot counts. We don't have any other. That's it. And I realize, too, that if we thought it were feasible, we might very well be sitting here, cool, very cool, discussing ways and means of having Belle's head blown off. And when it was done, we'd shrug and have another drink. That's it. People don't know. Yes. Okay. What about Puerto Rico? That's one of the reasons I wanted to talk to you. Before we talk to Mama and Daddy. Look, you can't go. You've got to be here. For one thing, without you, Fawny will panic. I don't see how I can go. I've got to keep lighting firecrackers under Hayward's ass. Obviously, a man can't go. Daddy can't go, and God knows Frank can't go. That leaves Mama. Mama? Yes. She don't want to go to Puerto Rico. That's right. And she hates planes. But she wants your baby's father out of jail. Of course, she doesn't want to go to Puerto Rico. But she'll go. And what do you think she can do? She can do something no special investigator can do. She may be able to break through to Mrs. Rogers. Maybe not, but if she can, we're ahead. And if not, well, we haven't lost anything, and at least we'll know we've tried. I watch her forehead. Okay. And what about Daniel? I told you. Hayward is seeing him tomorrow. He may have been able to see him today. He's calling us tonight. I lean back. Some shit. Yeah, but we in it now. Then we are silent. I realize for the first time that the bar is loud. And I look around me. It's actually a terrible place, and I realize that the people here can only suppose that Ernestine and I are tired whores, or a lesbian couple, or both. Well, we are certainly in it now, and it may get worse. It will, certainly, and now something almost as hard to catch as a whisper in a crowded place, as light and as definite as a spider's web, strikes below my ribs, stunning and astonishing my heart. Get worse. But that light tap, that kick, that signal announces to me that what can get worse can get better. Yes, it will get worse. But the baby, coming for the first time in its incredible veil of water, announces its presence and claims me, tells me, in that instant, that what can get worse can get better, and that what can get better can get worse. In the meantime, forever, it is entirely up to me. The baby cannot get here without me. And while I may have known this, in one way, a little while ago, now the baby knows it and tells me that while it will certainly be worse, once it leaves the water, what gets worse can also get better. It will be in the water for a while yet, but it is preparing itself for a transformation. And so must I. I said, "It's all right. I'm not afraid." And Ernestine smiled and said, "Let's move it then." Joseph and Frank, as we learn later, have also been sitting in a bar, and this is what happened between them. Joseph has a certain advantage over Frank, though it is only now that he begins to realize, or rather, suspect it, in that he has no sons. He has always wanted a son. This fact cost Ernestine far more than it cost me, for, by the time I came along, he was reconciled. If he had had sons, they might very well be dead or in jail. And they both know, facing each other in the booth of a bar on Lenox Avenue, that it is a miracle that Joseph's daughters are not on the block. Both of them know far more than either of them would like to know, and certainly far more than either can say, concerning the disasters which have overtaken the women in Frank's house. And Frank looks down, holding his drink tightly between both hands. He has a son. And Joseph sips his beer and watches him. That son is also his son now, and that makes Frank his brother. They are both grown men, approaching 50, and they are both in terrible trouble. Neither of them look it. Joseph is much darker than Frank, black, deep-set, hooded eyes, stern, still, a high forehead in which one vein beats, leftward, a forehead so high that it can make you think of cathedrals. His lips are always a little twisted. Only those who know him, only those who love him, know when this twist signals laughter, love, or fury. The key is to be found in the pulsing vein in the forehead. The lips change very little. The eyes change all the time, and when Joseph is happy and when he laughs, something absolutely miraculous is happening. He then looks, I swear to you, and his hair is beginning to turn gray, about 13 years old. I thought once, I'm certainly glad I didn't meet him when he was a young man, and then I thought, but you're his daughter, and then I dropped into a paralyzed silence, thinking, wow, Frank is light, thinner. I don't think that you can describe my father as handsome, but you can describe Frank that way. I don't mean to be putting him down when I say that because that face is paid and is paying a dreadful price. People make you pay for the way you look, which is also the way you think you look, and what time writes in a human face is the record of that collision. Frank has survived it, barely. His forehead is lined like the palm of a hand, unreadable. His graying hair is thick and curls violently upward from the widow's peak. His lips are not as thick as Joseph's and do not dance that way, are pressed tightly together, as though he wished they would disappear. His cheekbones are high, and his large dark eyes slant upward, like Fawny's. Fawny has his father's eyes. Joseph certainly cannot realize this in the way that his daughter knows it. But he stares at Frank in silence and forces Frank to raise his eyes. What we going to do? Frank asks. Well, the first thing we got to do, says Joseph, resolutely, is to stop blaming each other and stop blaming ourselves. If we can't do that, man, we'll never get the boy out because we'll be so fucked up. And we cannot fuck up now, baby, and I know you hear where I'm coming from. Man, what, asks Frank, with his little smile, we going to do about the money? You ever have any money? Joseph asks. Frank looks up at him and says nothing, merely questions him with his eyes. Joseph asks again, you ever have any money? Frank says, finally no. Then, why you worried about it now? Frank looks up at him again. You raised them somehow, didn't you? You fed them somehow, didn't you? If we start to worrying about money now, man, we going to be fucked and we going to lose our children. That white man, baby, and may his balls shrivel and his asshole rot, he want you to be worried about the money. That's his whole game. But if we got to where we are without money, we can get further. I ain't worried about they money. They ain't got no right to it anyhow. They stole it from us. They ain't never met nobody they didn't lie to and steal from. Well, I can steal too. And rob. How you think I raised my daughters? Shit. But Frank is not Joseph. He stares down again into his drink. What you think is going to happen? What we make happen, says Joseph, again with resolution. That's easy to say, says Frank. Not if you mean it, says Joseph. There is a long silence into which neither man speaks. Even the jukebox is silent. I guess, Frank says, finally, I love Fawny more than I love anybody in this world. And it makes me ashamed, man, I swear, because he was a real sweet manly little boy, wasn't scared of nothing, except maybe his mama. He didn't understand his mama. Frank stops. And I don't know what I should have done. I ain't a woman. And there's some things only a woman can do with a child. And I thought she loved him, like I guess I thought one time she loved me. Frank sips his drink, and he tries to smile. I don't know if I was ever any kind of father to him, any kind of real father, and now he's in jail, and it ain't his fault, and I don't even know how I'm going to get him out. I'm sure one hell of a man. Well, says Joseph, he sure think you are. He loves you, and he respects you. Now, you got to remember that I might know that much better than you. Tell you something else. Your baby son is the father of my baby daughter's baby. Now, how you going to sit here and act like can't nothing be done? We got a child on the way here, man. You want me to beat the shit out of you. He says this with ferocity, but after a moment, he smiles. I know, he says, then, carefully, I know. But I know some hustles, and you know some hustles, and these are our children, and we got to set them free. Joseph finishes his beer. So, let's drink up, man, and go on in. We got a whole lot of shit to deal with, in a hurry. Frank finishes his drink and straightens his shoulders. You right, old buddy. Let's make it. The date for Fonny's trial keeps changing. This fact, paradoxically, forces me to realize that Hayward's concern is genuine. I don't think that he very much cared in the beginning. He had never taken a case like Fonny's before, and it was Ernestine, acting partly out of experience, but mainly out of instinct, who had bludgeoned him into it. But once into it, the odor of shit rose high, and he had no choice but to keep on stirring it. It became obvious at once, for example, that the degree of his concern for his client, or the fact that he had any genuine concern for his client at all, placed him at odds, at loggerheads, with the keepers of the keys and seals. He had not expected this, and at first it bewildered, then frightened, then angered him. He swiftly understood that he was between the carrot and the stick. He couldn't avoid the stick, but he had to make it clear, finally, that he'd be damned if he'd go for the carrot. This had the effect of isolating, indeed of branding him, and as this increased Fonny's danger, it also increased Hayward's responsibility. It did not help that I distrusted him, Ernestine harangued him, Mama was laconic, and for Joseph, he was just another white boy with a college degree. Although, naturally, in the beginning, I distrusted him, I am not really what you can call a distrustful person, and, anyway, as time wore on, with each of us trying to hide our terror from the other, we began to depend more and more on one another. We had no choice. And I began to see, as time wore on, that, for Hayward, the battle increasingly became a private one, involving neither gratitude nor public honor. It was a sordid, a banal case. This rape by a black boy of an ignorant Puerto Rican woman. What was he getting so excited about? And so his colleagues scorned and avoided him. This fact introduced yet other dangers, not least of them the danger of retreating into the self-pitying and quixotic. But Fonny was too real a presence, and Hayward too proud a man for that. But the calendars were full. It would take about 1,000 years to try all the people in the American prisons, but the Americans are optimistic and still hope for time. And sympathetic or merely intelligent judges are as rare as snowstorms in the tropics. There was the obscene power and the ferocious enmity of the DA's office. Thus, Hayward walked a chalk line, maneuvering very hard to bring Fonny before a judge who would really listen to the case. For this, Hayward needed charm, patience, money, and a backbone of tempered steel. He managed to see Daniel, who has been beaten. He cannot arrange for his release because Daniel has been booked on a narcotics charge. Without becoming Daniel's lawyer, he cannot visit him. He suggests this to Daniel, but Daniel is evasive and afraid. Hayward suspects that Daniel has allo been drugged, and he does not know if he dares bring Daniel to the witness stand or not. So, there we are. Mama begins letting out my clothes, and I go to work wearing jackets and slacks. But it's clear that I'm not going to be able to keep working much longer. I've got to be able to visit Fonny every instant that I can. Joseph is working overtime, double time, and so is Frank. Ernestine has to spend less time with her children because she has taken a job as part-time private secretary to a very rich and eccentric young actress whose connections she intends to intimidate and use. Joseph is coldly, systematically, stealing from the docks, and Frank is stealing from the garment center, and they sell the hot goods in Harlem or in Brooklyn. They don't tell us this, but we know it. They don't tell us because if things go wrong, we can't be accused of being accomplices. We cannot penetrate their silence. We must not try. Each of these men would gladly go to jail, blow away a pig, or blow up a city to save their progeny from the jaws of this democratic hell. Now, Sharon must begin preparing for her Puerto Rican journey, and Hayward briefs her. She is not actually in Santurce, but a little beyond it, in what might once have been called a suburb, but which is now far worse than what we would call a slum. In Puerto Rico, I believe it is called a favela. I have been to Puerto Rico once, and so I will not try to describe a favela. And I am sure, when you return, that you will not try to describe it either. Hayward looks at her, at once distant and intense, and hands her a typewritten sheet of paper. This is the address. But I think that you will understand, almost as soon as you get where you are going, that the word address has almost no meaning. It would be more honest to say, this is the neighborhood. Sharon, wearing her floppy beige beret, looks at it. There's no phone, says Hayward, and anyway, a phone is the very last thing you need. You might as well send up flares. But it isn't hard to find. Just follow your nose. They stare at each other. Now, says Hayward, with his really painful smile, just to make things easier for you, I must tell you that we are not really certain under which name she is living. Her maiden name is Sanchez, but that's a little like looking for a Mrs. Jones or a Mr. Smith. Her married name is Rogers, but I am sure that that appears only on her passport. The name of what we must call her common-law husband, and now he pauses to look down at another sheet of paper, and then at Sharon and then at me, is Pietro Thomasino Alvarez. He hands Sharon this piece of paper, and again, Sharon studies it. And says Hayward, take this with you. I hope it will help. She still looks this way. It was snapped last week. And he hands Sharon a photograph, slightly larger than passport size. I have never seen her. I stand to peer over Sharon's shoulder. She is blonde, but are Puerto Ricans blonde? She is smiling up into the camera, a constipated smile, yet there is life in the eyes. The eyes and the eyebrows are dark, and the dark shoulders are bare. This from a nightclub? Sharon asks, and yes, Hayward answers, she watching him. He watching her, and, does she work there? Sharon asks. No, says Hayward. But Pietro does. I keep studying, over my mother's shoulder, the face of my most mortal enemy. Mama turns the photograph over and holds it in her lap. And how old is this Pietro? About 22, says Hayward. And just exactly like, as the song puts it, got a rose. In a windstorm. And he troubled everybody's mind. Silence fell in the office. Mama leans forward, thinking ahead. 22, she says slowly. Yes, says Hayward. I'm afraid that detail may present us with a brand new ballgame. What do you want me to do exactly? Sharon asks. Help me, Hayward says. Well, says Sharon after a moment, opening her purse, then opening her wallet, carefully placing the bits of paper in her wallet, closing the wallet, burying the wallet in the depths of her purse, and snapping shut the purse. Then I'll be leaving sometime tomorrow. I'll call or have somebody call before I go. Just so you'll know where I am. And she rises and Hayward rises, and we walk to the door. Do you have a photograph of Fawny with you? Hayward asks. I do, I say. And I open my bag and find my wallet. I actually have 2 photographs, one of Fawny and me leaning against the railing of the house on Bank Street. His shirt is open to the belly button, he has one arm around me, and we are both laughing. The other is of Fawny alone, sitting in the house near the record player, somber and peaceful, and it's my favorite photograph of him. Mama takes the photographs, hands them to Hayward, who studies them. Then she takes them back from Hayward. These the only ones you got? She asks me. Yes, I say. She hands me back the photograph of Fawny alone. She puts the one of Fawny and me into her wallet, which again descends into the bottom of her purse. This one ought to get it, she says. After all, it is my daughter, and she ain't been raped. She shakes hands with Hayward. Keep your fingers crossed, son, and let's hope the old lady can bring home the goods. She turns toward the door. But Hayward checks her again. The fact that you are going to Puerto Rico makes me feel better than I have felt for weeks. But I must also tell you that the DA's office is in constant touch with the Hunt family. That is, the mother and the two sisters, and their position appears to be that Fawny has always been incorrigible and worthless. Hayward pauses and looks steadily at us both. Now, if the state can get these respectable black women to depose, or to testify, that their son and brother has always been a dangerously antisocial creature, this is a very serious blow for us. He pauses again, and he turns toward the window. As a matter of fact, for Galileo Santini is not a stupid man. It might be vastly more effective if he does not call them as character witnesses, for then they cannot be cross-examined. He need merely convey to the jury that these respectable church-going women are prostrate with shame and grief. And the father can be dismissed as a hard-drinking good-for-nothing, a dreadful example to his son, especially as he has publicly threatened to blow Santini's head off. He turns from the window to watch us very carefully. I think I will probably call on you, Sharon, and on Mr. Rivers as character witnesses. But you see what we are up against. It's always better, says Sharon, to know than not to know. Hayward claps Sharon gently on the shoulder. So try to bring home the goods. I think to myself, and I will take care of those sisters and that mother. But I don't say anything except thanks, Hayward. Goodbye. And Sharon says, okay. Got you. Goodbye. And we walk down the hall to the elevator. I remember the night the baby was conceived because it was the night of the day we finally found our loft. And this cat, whose name was Levy, really was going to rent it to us. He wasn't full of shit. He was an olive-skinned, curly-haired, merry-faced boy from the Bronx, about 33, maybe, with big, kind of electrical black eyes, and he dug us. He dug people who loved each other. The loft was off Canal Street, and it was big and in pretty good condition. It had 2 big windows on the street, and the 2 back windows opened onto a roof with a railing. There was a room for Fawny to work, and with all the windows open, you wouldn't die of heat prostration in the summertime. We were very excited about the roof because you could have dinner on it, or serve drinks, or just sit there in the evenings, if you wanted to, with your arms around each other. Hell, Levy said, drag out the blankets and sleep on it. He smiled at Fawny. Make babies on it. That's how I got here. What I most remember about him is that he didn't make either of us feel self-conscious. We all laughed together. You two should have some beautiful babies, he said, and take it from me, kids, the world damn sure needs them. He asked us for only 1 month in advance, and about a week later, I took the money over to him. And then, when Fawny got into trouble, he did something very strange, and, I think, very beautiful. He called me and he said that I could have the money back any time I wanted it, but he said he wouldn't rent that loft to anybody but us. I can't, he said. The bastards. That loft stays empty until your man gets out of jail, and I ain't just whistling Dixie, honey. And he gave me his number and asked me please, to let him know if there was anything at all he could do. I want you kids to have your babies. I'm funny that way. Levy explained and exhibited the somewhat complicated structure of locks and keys. Our loft was the top, up 3 or 4 stories. The stairs were steep. There was a set of keys for our loft, which had double locks. Then there was the door at the top of the steps, which locked us away from the rest of the building. Man, Fawny asked, what do we do in case of fire? Oh, said Levy, I forgot, and he unlocked the doors again and we went back into the loft. He took us onto the roof and led us to the edge where the railing was. On the far right of the roof the railing opened, extending itself into a narrow catwalk. This railing led to the metal steps, by which steps one descended into the courtyard. Once in this courtyard, which seemed to be closed in by walls, one might wonder what on earth to do. It was something of a trap. Still, one would not have had to leap from the burning building. Once on the ground, one had to hope, merely, not to be buried beneath the flaming, crashing walls. Well, said Fani, carefully holding me by one elbow and leading me back onto the roof, I can dig that. We again went through the ritual of the locking of the doors and descended into the street. Don't worry about the neighbors, Levy said, because after 5 or 6 o'clock, you won't have any. All you got between you and the street are small, failing sweatshops. And we got into the street, and he showed us how to lock and unlock the street door. Got it? He asked Fani. Got it, Fani said. Come on. I'll buy you a milkshake. And we had 3 milkshakes on the corner, and Levy shook hands and left us, saying that he had to get home to his wife and kids. 2 boys, one aged 2, one aged 3.5. But before he left us, he said, "Look, I told you not to worry about the neighbors. But watch out for the cops. They're murder." One of the most terrible, most mysterious things about a life is that a warning can be heeded only in retrospect. Too late. Levy left us, and Fani and I walked, hand in hand, up the broad, bright, crowded streets, toward the village, toward our pad. We talked and laughed and laughed. We crossed Houston and started up 6th Avenue, Avenue of the Americas, with all those fucking flags on it, which we didn't see. I wanted to stop at one of the markers on Bleecker Street to buy some tomatoes. We crossed the Avenue of the Americas and started west, on Bleecker. Fani had one hand around my waist. We stopped at a vegetable stand. I started looking. Fani hates shopping. He said, "Wait 1 minute. I'm going to buy some cigarettes," and he went up the street, just around the corner. I started picking out the tomatoes, and I remembered that I was kind of humming to myself. I started looking around for a scale and for the man or the woman who would weigh the tomatoes for me and tell me what I owed. Fani is right about me when he says I'm not very bright. When I first felt this hand on my behind, I thought it was Fani. Then I realized that Fani would never touch me that way, in public. I turned, my 6 tomatoes in both hands, and found myself facing a small, young, greasy Italian punk. "I can sure dig a tomato who digs tomatoes," he said, and he licked his lips and smiled. 2 things happened in me, all at the same time. 3. This was a very crowded street. I knew that Fani would be back at any moment. I wanted to smash my tomatoes in the boy's face. But no one had really noticed us yet, and I didn't want Fani to get into a fight. I saw a white cop coming slowly up the street. I realized that I was black and that the crowded streets were white, and so I turned away and walked into the shop, still with my tomatoes in my hands. I found a scale, and I put the tomatoes on the scale, and I looked around for someone to weigh them so that I could pay and get out of the store before Fani came back from around the corner. The cop was now on the other side of the street, and the boy had followed me into the store. "Hey, sweet tomato. You know I dig tomatoes." And now people were watching us. I did not know what to do. The only thing to do was to get out of there before Fani turned the corner. I tried to move, but the boy blocked my way. I looked around for someone to help me. People were staring, but no one moved. I decided, in despair, to call the cop. But when I moved, the boy grabbed my arm. He was really, probably, just a broken-down junkie, but when he grabbed my arm, I slapped his face and I spat in it, and exactly at that moment, Fani entered the store. Fani grabbed the boy by the hair, knocked him to the ground, picked him up and kicked him in the balls and dragged him to the sidewalk and knocked him down again. I screamed and held on to Fani with all my might, for I saw that the cop, who had been on the far corner, was now crossing the street, on the run, and the white boy lay bleeding and retching in the gutter. I was sure that the cop intended to kill Fani, but he could not kill Fani if I could keep my body between Fani and this cop, and with all my strength, with all my love, my prayers, and armed with the knowledge that Fani was not, after all, going to knock me to the ground, I held the back of my head against Fani's chest, held both his wrists between my 2 hands, and looked up into the face of this cop. I said that man, there, attacked me, right in this store. Right now. Everybody saw it. No one said a word. The cop looked at them all. Then he looked back at me. Then he looked at Fani. I could not see Fani's face, but I could see the cop's face, and I knew that I must not move, nor, if I could possibly help it, allow Fani to move. And where were you? The cop elaborately asked Fawny. While all this, his eyes flicked over me in exactly the same way the boy's eyes had. While all this was going on between Junior there, and his eyes took me in again, and your girl. He was around the corner, I said, buying cigarettes. For I did not want Fawny to speak. I hoped that he would forgive me later. Is that so, boy? I said, he's not a boy. Officer. Now he looked at me, really looked at me for the first time, and, therefore, for the first time, he really looked at Fawny. Meanwhile, some people had got Junior to his feet. You live around here? The cop asked Fawny. The back of my head was still on Fawny's chest, but he had released his wrists from my hands. Yes, Fawny said, on Bank Street, and he gave the officer the address. I knew that, in a moment, Fawny would push me away. We're going to take you down, boy, the cop said, for assault and battery. I do not know what would now have happened if the Italian lady who ran the store had not spoken up. Oh no, she said, I know both these young people. They shop here very often. What the young lady has told you is the truth. I saw them both just now when they came, and I watched her choose her tomatoes, and her young man left her, and he said he would be right back. I was busy. I could not get to her right away. Her tomatoes are still on the scale. And that little good-for-nothing shit over there, he did attack her. And he has got exactly what he deserved. What would you do if a man attacked your wife? If you have one. The crowd snickered, and the cop flushed. I saw exactly what happened. I am a witness. And I will swear to it. She and the cop stared at each other. Funny way to run a business, he said, and licked his lower lip. You will not tell me how to run my business, she said. I was on the street before you got here, and I will be here when you are gone. Take, she said, gesturing toward the boy now sitting on the curbstone, with some of his friends around him, that miserable urchin away with you, to Bellevue, or to Rikers Island, or drop him in the river. He is of no earthly use to anyone. But do not try to frighten me, basta. I notice, for the first time, that Bell's eyes are blue, and that what I can see of his hair is red. He looks again at me, and then again at Fawny. He licks his lips again. The Italian lady re-enters the store and takes my tomatoes off the scale and puts them in a bag. Well, says Belle, staring at Fawny, be seeing you around. You may, says Fawny, and then. Again, you may not. Not, says the Italian lady, coming back into the street, if they or I see you first. She turns me around and puts the bag of tomatoes into my hands. She is standing between myself and Belle. She stares into my eyes. You have a good man, she says. Take him home, away from these diseased pigs. I look at her. She touches my face. I have been in America a long time, she says. I hope I do not die here. She goes back into her store. Fawny takes the tomatoes from me and holds the bag in the crook of one arm. The other arm he entwines through mine, interlocking his fingers through mine. We walk slowly away, toward our pad. Tish, says Fawny, very quietly, with a dreadful quietness. I almost know what he is going to say. Yes, don't ever try to protect me again. Don't do that. I know I am saying the wrong thing, but you were trying to protect me. It's not, he says, with the same terrifying quietness, the same thing, Tish. And he suddenly takes the bag of tomatoes and smashes them against the nearest wall. Thank God the wall is blank. Thank God it is now beginning to be dark. Thank God tomatoes spatter, but do not ring. I know what he is saying. I know he is right. I know I must not say anything. Thank God he does not let go my hand. I look down at the sidewalk, which I cannot see. I hope he cannot hear my tears. But he does. He stops and turns me to him, and he kisses me. He pulls away and looks at me and kisses me again. Don't think I don't know you love me. You believe we're going to make it. Then I am calm. There are tears on his face, his or mine, I don't know. I kiss him where our tears fall. I start to say something. He puts one finger on my lips. He smiles his little smile. Hush. Don't say a word. I'm going to take you out to dinner. At our Spanish place, you remember? Only this time, it's got to be on credit. And he smiles and I smile and we keep on walking. We have no money, Fawny says to Pedro Zito when we enter the restaurant, but we are very hungry. And I will have some money in a couple of days. In a couple of days, says Pedro Cito, furiously. That is what they all say. And, furthermore, striking an incredulous hand to his forehead, I suppose that you would like to eat sitting down. Why, yes, says Fawny, grinning. If you could arrange it, that would be nice. At a table, no doubt? And he stares at Fawny as though he simply cannot believe his eyes. Well, I would, yeah, like a table, But, good evening, senorita, Pedro Cito now says, and smiles at me. It is for her I do it, you know, he informs Fawny. It is clear that you do not feed her properly. He leads us to a table and sits us down. And now, no doubt, he scowls, you would like 2 margaritas? Caught me again, says Fawny, and he and Pedro Cito laugh, and Pedro Cito disappears. Fawny takes my hand in his. Hello, he says. I say hello. I don't want you to feel bad about what I said to you before. You a fine, tough chick, and I know, hadn't been for you, my brains might be being spattered all over that precinct basement by now. He pauses, and he lights a cigarette. I watch him. So, I don't mean that you did nothing wrong. I guess you did the only thing you could have done. But you got to understand where I'm coming from. He takes my hands between his again. We live in a nation of pigs and murderers. I'm scared every time you out of my sight. And maybe what happened just now was my fault, because I should never have left you alone at that vegetable stand. But I was just so happy, you know, about the loft. I wasn't thinking, Tawny, I've been to that vegetable stand 100 times, and nothing like that ever happened before. I've got to take care of you, of us. You can't go everywhere I go. How is it your fault? That was just some broken down junkie, some broken down white American, Fawny says. Well, it's still not your fault. He smiles at me. They got us in a trick bag, baby. It's hard, but I just want for you to bear in mind that they can make us lose each other by putting me in the shit, or they can try to make us lose each other by making you try to protect me from it. You see what I mean? Yes, I say, finally, I see what you mean. And I know that that's true. Pedro Cito returns with our margaritas. We have a specialty tonight, he announces, very, very Spanish, and we are trying it out on all those customers who think Franco is a great man. He looks at Fawny quizzically. I suppose that you do not exactly qualify, so, for you, I will remove the arsenic. Without the arsenic, it is a little less strong, but it is actually very good. I think you will like it. Do you trust me not to poison you? Anyway, it would be very foolish of me to poison you before you pay your tremendous bill. We would immediately go bankrupt. He turns to me. Will you trust me, senorita? I assure you that we will prepare it with love. Now watch it, Pete, says Fawny. Oh, your mind is like a sewer. You do not deserve so beautiful a girl. And he disappears again. That cop, Fawny says, that cop. What about that cop? But I am suddenly, and I don't know why, as still and as dry as a stone, with fear. He's going to try to get me, Fawny says. How? You didn't do anything wrong. The Italian lady said so, and she said that she would swear to it. That's why he's going to try to get me, Fawny says. White men don't like it at all when a white lady tells them, you a boat full of motherfuckers, and the black cat was right, and you can kiss my ass. He grins. Because that's what she told him. In front of a whole lot of people. And he couldn't do shit. And he ain't about to forget it. Well, I say, we'll soon be moving downtown, to our loft. That's right, he says, and smiles again. Pedro Cito arrives with our specialties. When two people love each other, when they really love each other, everything that happens between them has something of a sacramental air. They can sometimes seem to be driven very far from each other. I know of no greater torment, no more resounding void, when your lover has gone. But tonight, with our vows so mysteriously menaced, and with both of us, though from different angles, placed before this fact, we were more profoundly together than we had ever been before. Take care of each other, Joseph had said. You're going to find out it's more than a notion. After dinner and coffee, Pedro Cito offered us brandy, and then he left us in the nearly empty restaurant. Fawny and I just sat there and sipped our brandy, talking a little, holding hands, digging each other. We finished our brandy. Fawny said, shall we go? Yes, I said. for I wanted to be alone with him in his arms. He signed the check, the last check he was ever to sign there. I have never been allowed to pay it. It has been, they say, misplaced. We said good night, and we walked home with our arms around each other. There was a patrol car parked across the street from our house, and as Fani opened our gate and unlocked our door, it drove off. Fani smiled, but said nothing. I said nothing. The baby was conceived that night. I know it. I know it from the way Fani touched me, held me, entered me. I had never been so open before. And when he started to pull out, I would not let him. I held on to him as tightly as I could, crying and moaning and shaking with him, and felt his life, inundating me and trusting itself to me. Then we were still. We did not move because we could not. We held each other so close that we might indeed have been one body. Fani caressed me and called my name, and he fell asleep. I was very proud. I had crossed my river. Now we were one. Sharon gets to Puerto Rico on an evening plane. She knows exactly how much money she has, which means that she knows how rapidly she must move against time, which is inexorably moving against her. She steps down from the plane with hundreds of others and crosses the field under the blue-black sky, and something in the way the stars hang low, something in the way the air caresses her skin, reminds her of that Birmingham she has not seen in so long. She has brought with her only a small overnight bag, so she need not wait in line for her luggage. Hayward has made a reservation for her in a small hotel in San Juan, and he has written the address on a piece of paper. He has warned her that it may not be so easy to find a taxi. But he has not, of course, been able to prepare her for the stunning confusion which reigns at the San Juan airport. So, Sharon stands still for a moment, trying to sort things out. She is wearing a green summer dress, my mother, and a wide-brimmed, green cloth hat, her handbag over her shoulder, her overnight bag in her hand. She studies the scene. Her first impression is that everyone appears to be related to each other. This is not because of the way they look, nor is it a matter of language. It is because of the way they relate to each other. There are many colors here, but this does not, at least at the airport, appear to count for very much. Whoever is speaking is shouting. That is the only way to be heard, and everyone is determined to be heard. It is quite impossible to guess who is leaving, who arriving. Entire families appear to have been squatting there for weeks, with all their earthly possessions piled around them. Not, Sharon notes, that these possessions towered very high. For the children, the airport appears to be merely a more challenging way of playing house. Sharon's problems are real and deep. Since she cannot allow these to become desperate, she must now rely on what she can establish of illusion, and the key to illusion is complicity. The world sees what it wishes to see, or when the chips are down, what you tell it to see. It does not wish to see who, or what, or why you are. Only Sharon knows that she is my mother. Only she knows what she is doing in San Juan, with no one to meet her. Before speculation rises too high, she must make it clear that she is a visitor, from up the road, from North America, who, through no fault of her own, speaks no Spanish. Sharon walks to the Hertz desk and stands there and smiles, somewhat insistently, at one of the young ladies behind the desk. "Do you speak English?" she asks the young lady. The young lady, anxious to prove that she does, looks up, determined to be helpful. Sharon hands her the address of the hotel. The young lady looks at it, looks back at Sharon. Her look makes Sharon realize that Hayward has been very thoughtful and that he has placed her in a very respectable hotel. "I am very sorry to bother you," says Sharon, "but I do not speak any Spanish, and I have had to come here unexpectedly." She pauses, giving no explanation. "And I do not drive. I wondered if I could rent a car with a driver, or if not, if you could tell me exactly how to get a taxi." Sharon makes a helpless gesture. "You see." She smiles, and the young lady smiles. She looks again at the paper, looks around the airport, narrowing her eyes. "One moment, Senora," she says. She leaves her phone off the hook, swings open the small gate, closes it behind her, and disappears. She reappears very quickly, with a boy of about 18. "This is your taxi driver," she says. "He will take you where you are going." She reads the address aloud and gives the piece of paper back to Sharon. She smiles. "I hope you will enjoy your visit, Senora. If you need anything, allow me." She gives Sharon her card. "If you need anything, please do not hesitate to call on me." "Thank you," says Sharon. "Thank you very much. You have been beautiful." "It was nothing." "Jamie," she says, authoritatively, "take the lady's bag." Jamie does so, and Sharon says goodnight and follows Jamie. Sharon thinks one down and begins to be frightened. But she has to make her choices very quickly. On the way into town, she decides, because he is there, to make friends with Jamie and to depend, or to seem to depend, on him. He knows the town and he can drive. It is true that he is terribly young, but that could turn out to be a plus. Someone older knowing more might turn out to be a terrible hassle. Her idea is to case the nightclub to see Pietro and possibly Victoria without saying anything to them. But it is not a simple matter for a lone woman, black or white, to walk unescorted into a nightclub. Furthermore, for all she knows, this nightclub may be a whorehouse. Her only option is to play the American tourist, wide-eyed, but she is black and this is Puerto Rico. Only she knows that she's my mother and about to become a grandmother. Only she knows that she is past 40. Only she knows what she is doing here. She tips Jamie when they arrive at the hotel. Then, as her bag is carried into the hotel, she looks suddenly at her watch. "My God," she says, "do you think you could wait for me, just for a minute, while I register?" I had no idea it was so late. I prornize to meet someone. I won't be a moment. The boy will carry the bag up. Will that be all right? Jamie is a somewhat muddy-faced boy with brilliant eyes and a sullen smile. He is entirely intrigued by this improbable North American lady, intrigued because he knows, through unutterably grim experience, that, though she may be in trouble and certainly has a secret, she is not attempting to do him any violence. He understands that she needs him, the taxi, for something, but that is not his affair. He does not know he knows it. The thought has not consciously entered his mind, but he knows she is a mother. He has a mother. He knows one when he sees one. He knows, again without knowing that he knows it, that he can be of service to her tonight. His courtesy is as real as her trouble. And so he says, gravely, that, of course, he will take the senora wherever she wishes and wait for her as long as she likes. Sharon cheats on him, a little. She registers, goes up in the elevator with the bell. Her problem is that she does not look her age. She takes her hat off. She puts it back on. Does the hat make her look younger or older? At home, she looks her age, whatever that age is, because everybody knows her age. She looks her age because she knows her role. But now she is about to enter a nightclub in a strange town for the first time in 20 years alone. She puts the hat on. She takes it off. She realizes that panic is about to overtake her, and so she throws the hat onto the night table, scrubs her face in cold water as harshly as she once scrubbed mine, puts on a high-necked white blouse and a black skin and black high-heeled shoes, pulls her hair cruelly back from her forehead, knots it, and throws a black shawl over her head and shoulders. The intention of all this is to make her look elderly. The effect is to make her look juvenile. Sharon curses, but the taxi is waiting. She grabs her handbag, runs to the elevator, walks swiftly through the lobby, and gets to the taxi. She certainly, anyway, Jamie's brilliant eyes inform her, looks like a Yankee or a gringo, tourist. The nightclub is located in what was certainly a backwater, if not, indeed, a swamp, before the immense hotel which houses it was built. It is absolutely hideous, so loud, so blatant, so impervious and cruel, that facing it causes mere vulgarity to seem an irrecoverable state of grace. Sharon is now really frightened. Her hands are shaking. She lights a cigarette. "I must find someone," she says to Jamie. "I will not be long." She has no way of realizing, at that moment, that the entire militia would have trouble driving Jamie away. Sharon has now become his property. This lady, he knows, is in deep trouble. And it is not an ordinary trouble, because this is a lady. Certainly, Senora, says Jamie, with a smile, and gets out of the cab and comes to open the door for her. Thank you, Sharon says, and walks quickly toward the garish doors, wide open. There is no doorman visible, but there will certainly be a doorman inside. Now, it must all be played by ear. And all that holds her up, my mother, who once dreamed of being a singer, is her private knowledge of what she is doing in this place. She enters, in fact, the hotel lobby, keys, registration, mail, cashier, board clerks, mainly white and decidedly pale, with no one paying her the slightest attention. She walks as though she knows exactly where she is going. The nightclub is on the left, down a flight of stairs. She turns left and walks down the stairs. No one has stopped her yet. Senorita? She has never seen a photograph of Pietro. The man before her is bland and swarthy. The light is too dim and her surroundings too strange for her to be able to guess his age. He does not seem unfriendly. Sharon smiles. Good evening. I hope I'm in the right place. This is, and she stammers the name of the nightclub. See, Senorita, well, I'm supposed to meet a friend here, but the flight I meant to take was overbooked, and so I was forced to take an earlier one. So, I'm a little early. Could you hide me at a table, in a corner somewhere? Certainly. With pleasure. He leads her through the crowded room. What is the name of your friend? Her mind dries up. She must go for broke. It's actually more in the nature of business. I am waiting for a Senor Alvarez. I am Mrs. Rivers. From New York. Thank you. He seats her at a table, against the wall. Will you have a drink while waiting? Yes. Thank you. A screwdriver. He bows, whoever he is, and walks away. Two down, thinks Sharon. And she is now very calm. This is a nightclub, and so the music is live. Sharon's days with the drummer come back to her. Her days as a singer come back to her. They do not, as she is to make very vivid to me much later, come back with the rind of regret. She and the drummer lost each other. That was that. She was not equipped to be a singer, and that was that. Yet, she remembers what she and the drummer and the band attempted. She knows from whence they came. If I remember. On cloudy day, because I remember myself sitting on my mother's knee when I first heard it, she remembers my lord and I, and so, we'll walk together, my lord and I. That song is Birmingham, her father and her mother, the kitchens and the mines. She may never, in fact, ever have particularly liked that particular song, but she knows about it. It is a part of her. She slowly realizes that this is the song, which, to different words, if words indeed there are, the young people on the bandstand are belting or belting out. And they know nothing at all about the song they are singing, which causes Sharon to wonder if they know anything about themselves at all. This is the first time that Sharon has been alone in a very long time. Even now, she is alone merely physically, in she same way, for example, that she is alone when she goes shopping for her family. Shopping. She must listen. She must look. Say yes to this. Say no to that. She must choose. She has a family to feed. She cannot poison them because she loves them. And now she finds herself listening to a sound she has never heard before. If she were shopping, she could not take this home and put it on she family table, for it would not nourish them. My gal and I, cries the undernourished rock singer, whipping himself into an electronic orgasm. But no one who had ever had a lover, a mother or father, or a lord, could sound so despairingly masturbatory. For it is despair that Sharon is hearing, and despair, whether or not it can be taken home and placed on the family table, must always be respected. Despair can make one monstrous, but it can also make one noble, and here these children are, in the arena, up for grabs. Sharon claps for them, because she prays for them. Her screwdriver comes, and she smiles up at a face she cannot see. She sips her drink. She stiffens. The children are about to go into their next number, and she looks up into another face she cannot see. The children begin their number, loud. I can't get no satisfaction. You, Mrs. Rivers? You waiting for me? I think so. Won't you sit down? He sits down, facing her. Now she sees him. Again, thinking of me and Fani and the baby, cursing herself for being so inept, knowing herself to be encircled, trapped, her back to the wall, his back to the door. She yet must go for broke. I was told that a certain Mr. Pietro Alvarez worked here. Are you Pietro Alvarez? She sees him. And yet, of course, at the same time, she doesn't. Maybe. What you want to see him about? Sharon wants a cigarette, but she is afraid her hand will tremble. She picks up her screwdriver in both hands and sips it slowly, rather thanking God now for the shawl, which she can maneuver to shadow her face. If she can see him, he can also see her. She is silent for a moment. Then she puts down her drink and she picks up a cigarette. May I have a light, please? He lights it. She takes off the shawl. I do not especially want to see Mr. Alvarez. I want to see Mrs. Victoria Rogers. I am the mother-in-law, to be, of the man she is accused of raping her and who is now in prison in New York. She watches him. He watches her. Now she begins to see him. Well, lady, you got one hell of a son-in-law. Let me tell you that. I also have one hell of a daughter. Let me tell you that. The mustache he has grown to make him look older switches. He runs his hands through his thick black hair. Look, the kid's been through enough. More than enough. Leave her alone. A man is about to die for something he didn't do. Can we leave him alone? What makes you think he didn't do it? Look at me. The children on the bandstand finish their set and go off, and immediately the jukebox takes over. Ray Charles, I can't stop loving you. What you want me to look at you for? The waiter comes. What are you drinking? Senor. Sharon put out her cigarette and immediately lights another. It's on me. Give me the usual. And give the lady what she's drinking. The waiter goes. Look at me. I'm looking at you. Do you think I love my daughter? Frankly, it's hard to believe you have a daughter. I'm about to become a grandmother. From? Yes. He is young, very, very young, but also very old, but not old in the way that she had expected him to be. She had expected the age of corruption. She is confronting the age of sorrow. She is confronting torment. Do you think that I would marry my daughter to a rapist? You might not know. Look at me again. And he does. But it does not help him. Look, I wasn't there. But Victoria swears it was him. And she's been through shit. Baby, she's been through some shit, and I don't want to put her through no more. I'm sorry, lady, but I don't care what happens to your daughter. He stops. She's going to have a baby? Yes. What you want from me? Can't you leave us alone? We just want to be left alone. Sharon says nothing. Look, I ain't no American. You got all them lawyers and folks up there. Why you coming to me? Shit. I'm sorry, but I ain't nothing. I'm an Indian. Wop, spit, spade, name it. That's me. I got my little thing going here, and I got Victoria, and lady, I don't want to put her through no more shit. I'm sorry, lady, but I really just can't help you. He starts to rise. He does not want to cry before her. Sharon takes his wrist. He sits down, one hand before his face. Sharon takes out her wallet. Pietro, I can call you that because I am old enough to be your mother. My son-in-law is your age. He leans his head on one hand and looks at her. Sharon hands him the photograph of Fani and myself. Look at it. He does not want to, but he does. Are you a rapist? He looks up at her. Answer me. Are you? The dark eyes in the stolid face, staring, now directly into my mother's eyes, make the face electrical, light a fire in the darkness of a far-off hill. He has heard the question. Are you? No. Do you think I have come here to make you suffer? No. Do you think I am a liar? No. Do you think I am crazy? We are all a little crazy, I know. But really crazy. No. Then, will you take this photograph home to Victoria and ask her really to think about it, really to study it? Hold her in your arms. Do that. I am a woman. I know that she was raped, and I know, well, I know what women know. But I also know that Alonzo did not rape her. And I say that to you because I know that you know what men know. Hold her in your arms. She stares at him an instant. He stares at her. And, will you call me? Tomorrow. She gives him the name and the phone number of the hotel. He writes it down. Will you? He looks at her, now very hard and cold. He looks at the phone number. He looks at the photograph. He pushes both toward Sharon. No, he says, and rises and leaves. Sharon sits there. She listens to the music. She watches the dancers. She forces herself to finish her second, unwanted drink. She cannot believe that what is happening is actually happening. But it is happening. She lights a cigarette. She is acutely aware, not merely of her color, but of the fact that in the sight of so many witnesses, her position, ambiguous upon her entrance, is now absolutely clear. The 22-year-old boy she has traveled so far to see has just walked out on her. She wants to cry. She also wants to laugh. She signals for the waiter. See? What do I owe you? The waiter looks bewildered. But nothing, Senora. Senor Alvarez has made himself responsible. She realizes that his eyes hold neither pity nor scorn. This is a great shock to her, and it brings tears to her eyes. To hide this, she bows her head and arranges her shawl. The waiter moves away. Sharon leaves $5 on the table. She walks to the door. The bland, swarthy man opens it for her. Thank you, Senora. Good night. Your taxi is waiting for you. Please come again. Thank you, my mother says, and smiles and walks up the stairs. She walks through the lobby. Jamie is leaning against the taxi. His face brightens when he sees her, and he opens the door for her. What time will you need me tomorrow? He asks her. Is 9 o'clock too early? But no. He laughs. I am always up before 6. The car begins to move. Beautiful, says Sharon, swinging her foot, thinking ahead. And the baby starts kicking, waking me up at night. Now that Mama is in Puerto Rico, it is Ernestine and Joseph who keep watch over me. I am afraid to quit my job because I know we need the money. This means that I very often miss the 6 o'clock visit. It seems to me that if I quit my job, I'll be making the 6 o'clock visit forever. I explain this to Fawny, and he says he understands, and in fact, he does. But understanding doesn't help him at 6 o'clock. No matter what you understand, you can't help waiting for your name to be called, to be taken from your cell and led downstairs. If you have visitors, or even if you have only one visitor, but that visitor is constant, it means that someone outside cares about you. And this can get you through the night into the day. No matter what you may understand, and really understand, and no matter what you may tell yourself, if no one comes to see you, you are in very bad trouble. And trouble, here, means danger. Joseph puts it to me very squarely one Sunday morning. I have been more than usually sick that morning, and Joseph has had to tend to me because Ernestine has a rush job at the home of the actress. I cannot imagine what this thing inside of me is doing, but it appears to have acquired feet. Sometimes it is still, for days on end, sleeping perhaps, but more probably plotting its escape. Then it turns, beating the water, churning, obviously becoming unspeakably bored in this element, and wanting out. We are beginning to have a somewhat acrid dialogue. This thing and I. It kicks, and I smash an egg on the floor. It kicks, and suddenly the coffee pot is upside down on the table. It kicks, and the perfume on the back of my hand brings salt to the roof of my mouth. And my free hand weighs on the heavy glass counter, with enough force to crack it in two. God damn it. Be patient. I'm doing the best I can, and it kicks again, delighted to have elicited so furious a response. Please, be still. And then, exhausted or, as I suspect, merely cunning, it is still, having covered my forehead with sweat and having caused me to vomit up my breakfast and go to the bathroom, uselessly, about 4 or 5 times. But it really is very cunning. It intends to live. It never moves while I am riding the subway or when I am crossing a crowded street. But it grows heavier and heavier. Its claims become more absolute with every hour. It is, in fact, staking its claim. The message is that it does not so much belong to me, though there is another, gentler kick, usually at night, signifying that it has no objection to belonging to me, that we may even grow to be fond of each other, as I belong to it. And then it hauls off again, like Muhammad Ali, and I am on the ropes. I do not recognize my body at all. It is becoming absolutely misshapen. I try not to look at it because I simply do not recognize it. Furthermore, I sometimes take something off in the evening and have difficulty getting back into it in the morning. I can no longer wear high heels. They distort my sense of balance as profoundly as one's vision is distorted if one is blind in one eye. I have never had breasts or a behind, but I am beginning to have them now. It seems to me that I am gaining weight at the rate of about 300 pounds an hour, and I do not dare speculate on what I will probably look like by the time this thing inside of me finally kicks itself out. Lord. And yet, we are beginning to know each other. This thing, this creature, and I, and sometimes we are very, very friendly. It has something to say to me, and I must learn to listen. Otherwise, I will not know what to say when it gets here. And Fani would never forgive me for that. After all, it was I who wanted this baby more than he. And at a depth beneath and beyond all our troops, I am very happy. I can scarcely smoke at all anymore, it has seen to that. I have acquired a passion for cocoa and donuts, and brandy is the only alcohol which has any taste at all. So, Ernestine casually brings over a few bottles from the actress's house. She'll never miss them, baby. The way they drink. On this Sunday morning, Joseph serves me my third cup of cocoa, the previous two having been kicked right back up, and sits down at the table before me, very stern. Do you want to bring this baby here or not? The way he looks at me and the way he sounds scares me half to death. Yes, I say I do. And you love Fani? Yes, I do. Then, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to quit your job. I watch him. I know you worried about the money, but you let me worry about that. I got more experience. Anyway, you ain't making no damn money. All you doing is wearing yourself out and driving Fani crazy. You keep on like. You going to lose that baby. You lose that baby and Fani won't want to live no more, and you'll be lost and then I'll be lost. Everything is lost. He stands up and walks to the window, his back to me. Then he faces me again. I'm serious, Tish. I say I know you are. Joseph smiles. Listen, little girl. We got to take care of each other in this world, right? Now, there are some things I can do that you can't do. That's all. There's things I can do that you can't do, and things you can do that I can't do, just like I can't have your baby for you. I would if I could. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, you know that. And he watches me, still smiling. Yes, I know that. And there are things you can do for Fani that I can't do, right? Joseph walks up and down the kitchen. Young folks hate to hear this. I did when I was young, but you are young. Child, I wouldn't lose neither one of you for all the goddamn coffee in Brazil, but you young. Fani ain't hardly much more than a boy. And he's in trouble no boy should be in. And you all he's got, Tish. You are all he's got. I'm a man, and I know what I'm talking about. You understand me? Yes. He sits down before me again. You got to see him every day, Tish. Every day. You take care of Fani. We'll take care of the rest. All right. All right. He kisses my tears. Get that baby here, safe and sound. We'll get Fani out of jail. I promise. Do you promise? I smile and I say, yes. I promise. The next morning I am, anyway, far too ill to be able to go to work, and Ernestine calls the store to tell them so. She says that she, or I, will be coming in to collect my paycheck in the next few days. So, that is that, and here we go. There is a level on which, if I'm to be honest, I must say that I absolutely hated it, having nothing to do. But this forced me to recognize, finally, that I had clung to my job in order to avoid my trouble. Now I was alone, with Fani, my baby, and me. But Joseph was right, and Fani is radiant. On the days I do not see Hayward, I see Fani twice a day. I am always there for the 6 o'clock visit, and Fani knows that I will be there. It is very strange, and I now begin to learn a very strange thing. My presence, which is of no practical value whatever, which can even be considered, from a practical point of view, as a betrayal, is vastly more important than any practical thing I might be doing. Every day, when he sees my face, he knows, again, that I love him, and God knows I do, more and more, deeper and deeper with every hour. But it isn't only that. It means that others love him, too, love him so much that they have set me free to be there. He is not alone. We are not alone. And if I am somewhat terrified by the fact that I no longer have anything which can be called a waistline, he is delighted. Here she come. Big as 2 houses. You sure it ain't twins? Or triplets? Shit, we might make history. Throwing back his head, holding on to the telephone, looking me in the eye, laughing. And I understand that the growth of the baby is connected with his determination to be free. So, I don't care if I get to be as big as 2 houses. The baby wants out. Fawny wants out. And we're going to make it in time. Jamie is prompt, and Sharon is in the favela by 9:30. Jamie knows the location, roughly, of the particular dwelling, but he does not know the lady. At least, he is not sure that he does. He is still thinking about it when Sharon steps out of the taxi. Hayward had tried to warn Sharon by telling her that he had never been able to describe a favela and that he very much doubted if, after her visit, she would wish to try. It is bitter. The blue sky above and the bright sun, the blue sea, here, the garbage dump there. It takes a moment to realize that the garbage dump is the favela. Houses are built on it, dwellings, some on stilts, as though attempting to rise above the dung heap. Some have corrugated metal roofs. Some have windows. All have children. Jamie walks beside Sharon, proud to be her protector, uneasy about the errand. The smell is fantastic, but the children, sliding up and down their mountain, making the air ring, dark, half naked, with their brilliant eyes, their laughter, splashing into and out of the sea, do not seem to care. This ought to be the place, Jamie says, and Sharon steps through an archway into a crumbling courtyard. The house which faces her must have been, at some point in time, an extremely important private dwelling. It is not private now. Generations of paint flake off the walls, and the sunlight, which reveals every stain and crack, does not deign to enter the rooms, some of which are shuttered, to the extent, that is, that the shutters hold. It is louder than an untrained orchestra in rehearsal, and the sound of infants and children is the theme, tremendously developed, in extraordinary harmonies, in the voices of the elders. There seem to be doors everywhere, low, dark, and square. I think it might be here, Jamie says, nervously, and he points to one of the doors. On the 3rd floor, I think. You say she is blonde. Sharon looks at him. He is absolutely miserable. He does not want her to go upstairs alone. She touches his face and smiles. He suddenly reminds her of Fawny, brings back to her why she is here. Wait for me, she says. Don't worry. I won't be long. And she walks through the door and climbs the steps as though she knows exactly where she is going. There are 4 doors on the 3rd floor. There are no names on any of them. One of them is a little open, and she knocks on it, opening it a little further as she knocks. Mrs. Rogers? A very thin girl with immense dark eyes and a dark face, wearing a flowered house dress, barefoot, steps into the middle of the room. Her curly hair is a muddy blonde, high cheekbones, thin lips, V'd mouth, a gentle, vulnerable, friendly face. A gold crucifix burns against her throat. She says, "Senora," and then stands still, staring at Sharon with her great eyes, frightened. "Senora," for Sharon has said nothing, merely stands in the doorway, watching her. The girl's tongue moistens her lips. She says, again, "Senora." She does not look her age. She looks like a little girl. Then she moves and the light strikes her differently and Sharon recognizes her. Sharon leans against the open door, really afraid for a moment that she will fall. "Mrs. Rogers?" The girl's eyes narrow, her lips curl. "No, Senora. You are mistaken. I am Sanchez." They watch each other. Sharon is still leaning against the door. The girl makes a movement toward the door, as though to close it. But she does not wish to push Sharon. She does not want to touch her. She takes one step. She stops. She touches the crucifix at her throat, staring at Sharon. Sharon cannot read the girl's face. There is concern in it, not unlike Jamie's concern. There is terror in it, too, and a certain covered, terrified sympathy. Sharon, still not absolutely certain that she can move, yet senses that whether she can move or not, it is better not to change her position against the open door. It gives her some kind of advantage. "Excuse me, Senora, but I have work to do. If you please?" "I don't know any Mrs. Rogers. Maybe in one of the other places around here." She smiles faintly and looks toward the open window. "But there are so many. You will be looking for a long time." She looks at Sharon with bitterness. Sharon straightens and they are, abruptly, looking each other in the eye, each held, now, by the other. "I have a photograph of you," says Sharon. The girl says nothing. She attempts to look amused. Sharon takes out the photograph and holds it up. The girl walks toward the door. As she advances, Sharon moves from the door into the room. "Senora, I have told you that I have my work to do." She looks Sharon up and down. "I am not a North American lady. I am not a lady. I am Mrs. Rivers. And I am Mrs. Sanchez. What do you want with me? I do not know you. I know you don't know me. Maybe you never even heard of me." Something happens in the girl's face. She tightens her lips, rummages in the pocket of her housecoat for her cigarettes, blowing the smoke insolently toward Sharon. "Yet, will you have a cigarette, Senora?" And she extends the package toward Sharon. There is a plea in the girl's eyes, and Sharon, with a shaking hand, takes the cigarette and the girl lights it for her. She puts the package back into the pocket of her housecoat. "I know you don't know me, but I think you must have heard of me." The girl looks briefly at the photograph in Sharon's hand, looks at Sharon, and says nothing. "I met Pietro last night." "Ah, and did he give you the photograph?" She had meant this as sarcasm, realizes that she made a mistake. Still, her defiant eyes seem to say, staring into Sharon's, "There are so many Pietros." "No. I got it from the lawyer for Alonzo Hunt, the man you say raped you." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I think you do. Look, I ain't got nothing against nobody, but I got to ask you to get out of here." She is trembling and close to tears. She holds both dark hands clenched tightly before her, as though to prevent herself from touching Sharon. "I'm here to try to get a man out of prison. That man is going to marry my daughter. And he did not rape you." She takes out the photograph of me and Fani. "Look at it." The girl turns away, again toward the window, sits down on the unmade bed, still staring out of the window. Sharon approaches her. "Look at it. Please. The girl is my daughter. The man with her is Alonzo Hunt. Is this the man who raped you?" The girl will not look at the photograph, or at Sharon. "Is this the man who raped you? One thing I can tell, lady, you ain't never been raped." She looks down at the photograph, briefly, then up at Sharon, briefly. It looks like him. But he wasn't laughing. After a moment, Sharon asks, "May I sit down?" The girl says nothing, only sighs and folds her arms. Sharon sits beside her on the bed. There must be 2,000 transistor radios playing all around them, and all of them are playing BB King. Actually, Sharon cannot tell what the radios are playing, but she recognizes the beat. It has never sounded louder, more insistent, more plaintive. It has never before sounded so determined and dangerous. This beat is echoed in the many human voices and corroborated by the sea, which shines and shines beyond the garbage heap of the favela. Sharon sits and listens like she never has before. The girl's face is turned toward the window. Sharon wonders what she is hearing, what she is seeing. Perhaps she is not seeing or hearing anything. She sits with a stubborn, still helplessness, her thin hands limp between her knees, like one who has been caught in traps before. Sharon watches her fragile back. The girl's curly hair is beginning to dry out and is dark at the roots. The beat of the music rises higher, becoming almost unbearable, beginning to sound inside Sharon's head, and causing her to feel that her mind is about to crack. She is very close to tears now. She cannot tell herself why. She rises from the bed and walks toward the music. She looks at the children and watches the sea. In the distance there is an archway, not unlike the archway through which she has walked, abandoned by the Moors. She turns and looks at the girl. The girl is looking down at the floor. "Were you born here?" Sharon asks her. "Look, lady, before you go any further, just let me tell you, you can't do nothing to me. I ain't alone and helpless here. I got friends. Just let me tell you." And she flashes up at Sharon a furious, frightened, doubting look. But she does not move. "I'm not trying to do anything to you. I'm just trying to get a man out of jail." The girl turns on the bed, putting her back to Sharon. "An innocent man," Sharon adds. "Lady, I think you in the wrong place, I really do. Ain't no reason to talk to me. Ain't nothing I can do." Sharon begins searching. "How long were you in New York?" The girl flicks her cigarette out of the window. "Too long. Did you leave your children there?" "Listen, leave my children out of this." It is getting hot in the room, and Sharon takes off her light cloth jacket and sits down again on the bed. "I," she says, carefully, "am a mother, too." The girl looks at her, attempting a scornful distance. But though she and envy are familiars, scorn is unknown to her. "Why did you come back here?" Sharon asks her. This is not the question which the girl had expected. In fact, it is not the question which Sharon had intended to ask. And they look at each other, the question shimmering between them the way the light changes on the sea. "You said you're a mother," the girl says, finally, and rises and walks again to the window. This time, Sharon follows her, and they stare out at the sea together. In a way, with the girl's sullen answer, Sharon's mind begins to clear. In the girl's answer, she reads a plea. She begins to speak to her differently. "Daughter, in this world, terrible things happen to you, and we can all do some terrible things." She is carefully looking out of the window. She is watching the girl. "I was a woman before you got to be a woman. Remember that." And she turns to Victoria. She pulls the girl toward her, the thin wrists, the bony hands, the folded arms, touching her, lightly. She tries to speak as though she were speaking to me. "You pay for the lies you tell." She stares at the girl. The girl stares at her. "You've put a man in jail, daughter, a man you've never seen. He's 22 years old. Daughter, he wants to marry my daughter, and..." Victoria's eyes meet hers again. He's black. She lets the girl go and turns back to the window. "Like us. I did see him. You saw him in the police lineup. That's the first time you saw him. And the only time. What makes you so sure?" "Because I've known him all his life." "Huh," says Victoria, and tries to move away. Tears rise in the dark, defeated eyes. "If you knew how many women I've heard say that. They didn't see him. When I saw him, when he came to me. They never see that. Respectable women, like you. They never see that." The tears begin to roll down her face. "You might have known a nice little boy, and he might be a nice man, with you. But you don't know the man who did, what he did to me." "But are you," Sharon asks, "sure that you know him?" "Yes, I'm sure. They took me down there, and they asked me to pick him out, and I picked him out. That's all. But you were, it happened, in the dark. You saw Alonzo Hunt, in the lights. There's lights in the hallway. I saw enough." Sharon grabs her again and touches the crucifix. "Daughter, daughter, in the name of God." Victoria looks down at the hand on the cross and screams, a sound like no sound Sharon has ever heard before. She breaks away from Sharon and runs to the door, which has remained open all this time. She is screaming and crying, "Get out of here! Get out of here!" Doors open. People begin to appear. Sharon hears the taxi horn. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Victoria is NOV screaming in Spanish. One of the older women in the hall comes to the door and takes Victoria in her arms. Victoria collapses, weeping, into this woman's breasts, and the women, without a look at Sharon, leads her away. But everyone else, gathering, is staring at Sharon, and now the lonely sound Sharon hears is the horn of Jamie's taxi. They are staring at her clothes. There is nothing she can say to them. She moves into the halfway, toward them. Her light summer jacket is over her arm. She is holding her handbag. She has the photograph of Fawny and me in one hand. She gets past them slowly, and slowly gets down the staring stairs. There are people on every landing. She gets out of the courtyard, into the street. Jamie opens the taxi door for her. She gets in, he slams the door, and without a word, he drives her away. In the evening, she goes to the club. But the doorman informs her, Senor Alvarez will not be there this evening, that there are no tables for single women, and that, anyway, the club is full. The mind is like an object that picks up dust. The object doesn't know any more than the mind does why what clings to it clings. But once whatever it is lights on you, it doesn't go away. And so, after that afternoon at the vegetable stand, I saw Belle everywhere and all the time. I did not know his name then. I discovered his name on the night I asked him for it. I had already memorized his badge number. I had certainly seen him before that particular afternoon, but he had been just another cop. After that afternoon, he had red hair and blue eyes. He was somewhere in his 30s. He walked the way John Wayne walks, striding out to clean up the universe, and he believed all that shit, a wicked, stupid, infantile motherfucker. Like his heroes, he was kind of pinhead, heavy-gutted, big-assed, and his eyes were as blank as George Washington's eyes. But I was beginning to learn something about the blankness of those eyes. What I was learning was beginning to frighten me to death. If you look steadily into that unblinking blue, into that pinpoint at the center of the eye, you discover a bottomless cruelty, a viciousness cold and icy. In that eye, you do not exist, if you are lucky. If that eye, from its height, has been forced to notice you, if you do exist in the unbelievably frozen winter which lives behind that eye, you are marked, like a man in a black overcoat, crawling, fleeing, across the snow. The eye resents your presence in the landscape, cluttering up the view. Presently, thy black overcoat will be still, turning red with blood, and the snow will be red, and the eye resents this, too, blinks once, and causes more snow to fall, covering it all. Sometimes I was with Fawny when I crossed Belle's path, sometimes I was alone. When I was with Fawny, the eyes looked straight ahead, into a freezing sun. When I was alone, the eyes clawed me like a cat's claws, raked me like a rake. These eyes look only into the eyes of the conquered victim. They cannot look into any other eyes. When Fawny was alone, the same thing happened. Belle's eyes swept over Fawny's black body with the unanswerable cruelty of lust, as though he had lit the blowtorch and had it aimed at Fawny's sex. When their paths crossed, and I was there, Fawny looked straight at Belle. Belle looked straight ahead. "I'm going to fuck you, boy," Belle's eyes said. "No, you won't," said Fawny's eyes. "I'm going to get my shit together and haul ass out of here." I was frightened because, in the streets of the village, I realized that we were entirely alone. Nobody cared about us except us, or whoever loved us was not there. Belle spoke to me once. I was making it to Fawny's, late, from work. I was surprised to see him because I had got off the subway at 14th Street and 8th Avenue, and he was usually in the neighborhood of Bleecker and McDougal. I was huffing and puffing down the avenue, carrying a package of odds and ends I had lifted from the Jew, when I saw him walking slowly up the avenue, toward me. For a minute, I was frightened because my package, which had things like glue and staples and watercolors and paper and tacks and nails and pens, was hot. But he couldn't know that, and I already hated him too much to care. I walked toward him. He walked toward me. It was beginning to be dark around 7:30. The streets were full, homeward men, leaning drunkards, fleeing women, Puerto Rican kids, junkies. Here came Belle. "Can I carry that for you?" I almost dropped it. In fact, I almost peed on myself. I looked into his eyes. "No," I said, "thanks very much," and I tried to keep moving, but he was standing in my way. I looked into his eyes again. This may have been the very first time I ever really looked into a white man's eyes. It stopped me. I stood still. It was not like looking into a man's eyes. It was like nothing I knew, and therefore, it was very powerful. It was seduction which contained the promise of rape. It was rape which promised debasement and revenge, on both sides. I wanted to get close to him, to enter into him, to open up that face and change it and destroy it, descend into the slime with him. Then we would both be free. I could almost hear the singing. Well, he said, in a very low voice, you ain't got far to go. Sure wish I could carry it for you, though. I can still see us on that hurrying, crowded, Twilight Avenue, me with my package and my handbag, staring at him, he staring at me. I was suddenly his. A desolation entered me which I had never felt before. I watched his eyes, his moist, boyish, despairing lips, and felt his sex stiffening against me. I ain't a bad guy, he said. Tell your friend. You ain't got to be afraid of me. I'm not afraid, I said. I'll tell him. Thanks. Good night, he said. Good night, I answered, and I hurried on my way. I never told Fawny about it. I couldn't. I blotted it out of my mind. I don't know if Belle ever spoke to Fawny. I doubt it. On the night that Fawny was arrested, Daniel was at the house. He was a little drunk. He was crying. He was talking, again, about his time in prison. He had seen 9 men rape one boy, and he had been raped. He would never, never, never again be the Daniel he had been. Fawny held him up just before he fell. I went to make the coffee, and then they came knocking at the door. 2. Zion. Fawny is working on the wood. It is a soft, brown wood. It stands on his work table. He has decided to do a bust of me. The wall is covered with sketches. I am not there. His tools are on the table. He walks around the wood, terrified. He does not want to touch it. He knows that he must, but he does not want to defile the wood. He stares and stares, almost weeping. He wishes that the wood would speak to him. He is waiting for the wood to speak. Until it speaks, he cannot move. I am imprisoned somewhere in the silence of that wood, and so is he. He picks up a chisel, he puts it down. He lights a cigarette, sits down on his work stool, stares, picks up the chisel again. He puts it down, goes into the kitchen to pour himself a beer, comes back with the beer, sits down on the stool again, stares at the wood. The wood stares back at him. You cunt, says Fawny. He picks up the chisel again and approaches the waiting wood. He touches it very lightly with his hand. He caresses it. He listens. He puts the chisel, teasingly, against it. The chisel dot begins to move. Fawny begins. And wakes up. He is in a cell by himself at the top of the prison. This is provisional. Soon he will be sent downstairs to a larger cell with other men. There is a toilet in the corner of the cell. It stinks. And Fawny stinks. He yawns, throwing his arms behind his head, and turns, furiously, on the narrow cot. He listens. He cannot tell what time it is, but it does not matter. The hours are all the same. The days are all the same. He looks at his shoes, which have no laces, on the floor beside the cot. He tries to give himself some reason for being here, some reason to move, or not to move. He knows that he must do something to keep himself from drowning in this place, and every day he tries. But he does not succeed. He can neither retreat into himself nor step out of himself. He is righteously suspended. He is still. He is still with fear. He rises and walks to the corner and pees. The toilet does not work very well. Soon it will overflow. He does not know what he can do about it. He is afraid, up here alone. But he is also afraid of the moment when he will be moved downstairs with the others, whom he sees at mealtimes, who see him. He knows who they are. He has seen them all before. Were they to encounter each other outside, he would know what to say to them. Here, he knows nothing. He is dumb. He is absolutely terrified. Here, he is at everyone's mercy, and he is also at the mercy of the stone and steel. Outside, he is not young. Here, he realizes that he is young, very young, too young. And will he grow old here? He stares through the small opening in the cell door into what he can see of the corridor. Everything is still and silent. It must be very early. He wonders if today is the day he will be taken to the showers. But he does not know what day it is. He cannot remember how long ago it was that he was taken to the showers. I'll ask somebody today, he thinks, and then I'll remember. I've got to make myself remember. I can't let myself go like this. He tries to remember everything he has ever read about life in prison. He can remember nothing. His wind is as empty as a shell, rings like a shell, with a meaningless sound, no questions, no answers, nothing. And he stinks. He yawns again, he scratches himself, he shivers. With a mighty effort he stifles a scream, grabs the bars of the high window, and looks up into what he can see of the sky. The touch of the steel calms him a little. The cool, rough stone against his skin comforts him a little. He thinks of Frank, his father. He thinks of me. He wonders what we are doing now at this very moment. He wonders what the whole world, his world, is doing without him, why he has been left alone here, perhaps to die. The sky is the color of the steel. The heavy tears drip down Fawny's face, causing the stubble on his face to itch. He cannot muster his defenses because he can give himself no reason for being here. He lies back down on the cot. He has 5 cigarettes left. He knows that I will bring him cigarettes this evening. He lights a cigarette, staring up at the pipes on the ceiling. He shakes. He tries to put his mind at ease. Just one more day. Don't sweat it. Be cool. He drags on the cigarette. His prick hardens. Absently, he strokes it, doff his shorts. It is his only friend. He clenches his teeth and resists, but he is young and he is lonely. He is alone. He strokes himself gently, as though in prayer, closing his eyes. His rigid sex responds, burning, and Fawny sighs, dragging on the cigarette again. He pauses, but his hand will not be still, cannot be still. He catches his lower lip in his teeth, wishing, but the hand will not be still. He lifts himself out of his shorts and pulls the blanket up to his chin. The hand will not be still. It tightens, moving faster, and Fawny sinks and rises. Oh! He tries to think of no one. He tries not to think of me. He does not wish me to have any connection with the cell or with this act. Oh! And he turns, rising, writhing, his belly beginning to shake. Oh! And great tears gather behind his eyes. He does not want it to end. It must end. Oh! Oh, oh. He drops his cigarette on the stone floor. He surrenders totally. He pretends that human arms are holding him. He moans. He nearly screams. His thickening, burning sex causes him to arch his back, and his limbs stiffen. Oh! He does not want it to end. It must end. He moans. It is unbelievable. His sex trickles, spurts, explodes, all over his hand and his belly and his balls. He sighs. After a long moment, he opens his eyes, and the cell comes crashing down on him, steel and stone, making him know he is alone. He is brought down to see me at 6:00 dock. He remembers to pick up the phone. Hey, and he grins. How you doing, baby? Tell me something. You know I ain't got nothing to tell. How you? He kisses the glass. I kiss the glass. But he does not look well. Hayward's coming to see you tomorrow morning. He thinks he's got a date fixed for the trial. For when? Soon. Very soon. What do you mean by soon? Tomorrow? Next month? Next year? Would I tell you, Fawny, if I didn't know it was soon? Would I? And Hayward told me I could tell you. Before the baby gets here? Oh, yes, before the baby gets here. When is it due? Soon. His face changes then, and he laughs. He makes a mock menacing gesture with one fist. How is it? The baby. Alive and kicking. Believe me. Whipping your ass, huh? He laughs again. Old Tish. And again his face changes. Another light comes into it. He is very beautiful. You seen Frank? Yes. He's been doing a lot of overtime. He'll be here tomorrow. He coming with you? No. He's coming with Hayward in the morning. How is he? He's fine, baby. And my 2 funky sisters? They're like they've always been. Not married yet? No, Fawny. Not yet. I wait for the next question. And my mama? I haven't seen her. Naturally. But she seems to be all right. Her weak heart ain't done her in yet, huh? Your mama back from Puerto Rico. Not yet. But we expect her any minute. His face changes again. But if that chick still says I raped her, I'm going to be here for a while. I light a cigarette and I put it out. The baby moves, as though it is trying to get a glimpse of Fawny. Mama thinks that Hayward can destroy her testimony. She seems to be a kind of hysterical woman. She's a part-time whore, anyway. That doesn't help her case. And you were the blackest thing in the lineup that morning. There were some white cats and a Puerto Rican and a couple of light brown brothers, but you were the only black man. I don't know how much that's going to mean. Well, one thing it can mean is that the case can be thrown out of court. She says she was raped by a black man, and so they put one black man in a lineup with a whole lot of pale dudes. And so, naturally, she says it was you. If she was looking for a black cat, she knows it can't be none of the others. What about Bell? Well, he's already killed one black kid, just like I told you. And Hayward will make sure that the jury knows that. Shit. If the jury knows that, they'll probably want to give him a medal. He's keeping the streets safe. Funny. Don't think like that. Baby, we agreed when this shit started that we just have to move it from day to day and not blow our cool and not try to think too far ahead. I know exactly what you mean, sweetheart, but there's no point in thinking about it like that. Do you miss me? Oh, God, yes. That's why you can't blow your cool. I'm waiting for you. The baby's waiting for you. I'm sorry, Tish. I'm sorry. I'll get it together. I really will. But sometimes it's hard because I ain't got no business here, you know? And things are happening inside me that I don't really understand, like I'm beginning to see things I never saw before. I don't have any words for those things, and I'm scared. I'm not as tough as I thought I was. I'm younger than I thought I was. But I'll get it together. I promise you. I promise. Tish. I'll be better when I come out than I was when I came in. I promise. I know it. Tish. Maybe there's something I had to see, and I couldn't have seen it without coming in here. Maybe. Maybe that's it. Oh, Tish, do you love me? I love you. I love you. You have to know I love you, just like you know that nappy hair is growing on your head. Do I look awful? Well, I wish I could get my hands on you. But you're beautiful to me. I wish I could get my hands on you, too. A silence falls, and we look at each other. We are looking at each other when the door opens behind Fawny and the man appears. This is always the most awful moment. When Fawny has to rise and turn, I have to rise and turn. But Fawny is cool. He stands and raises his fist. He smiles and stands there for a moment, looking me dead in the eye. Something travels from him to me. It is love and courage. Yes, yes, we are going to make it somehow. Somehow. I stand and smile and raise my fist. He turns into the inferno. I walk toward the Sahara. The miscalculations of this world are vast. The DA's office, the prosecution, the state, the people versus Alonzo Hunt, has managed to immobilize, isolate, or intimidate every witness for Alonzo Hunt. But it has fucked itself up, too, as a thin Sharon informs us on the night that Ernestine borrows the actress's car and chauffeur to bring Mama home from Kennedy Airport. I waited for another 2 days. I thought, it can't go down like that. The deal cannot go down like that. Jamie said that it would go down like that. By this time, the story was all over the island. Everybody knew it. Jamie knew more about it than I knew myself. He said that I was being followed everywhere, that we were being followed everywhere, and one night, in the taxi, he proved it. I'll tell you about that another day. Mama's face, she, too, is seeing something she never saw before. I couldn't go around anymore. For the last 2 days, Jamie got to be my spy, really. They knew his taxi better than they knew him, if you see what I mean. People always know the outside better than they know the inside. If they saw Jamie's taxi coming, well, that was Jamie. They didn't look inside. Sharon's face and Joseph's face. So he borrowed somebody else's car. That way, they didn't see him coming. By the time they did see him, it didn't make any difference since he wasn't with me. He was part of the landscape, like the sea, like the garbage heap. He was something they had known all their lives. They didn't have to look at him. I had never seen it like that before. Maybe they didn't dare look at him, like they don't look at the garbage dump. Like they don't look at themselves, like we don't look. I had never seen it like that before. Never. I don't speak no Spanish, and they don't speak no English. But we on the same garbage dump. For the same reason. She looks at me. For the same reason. I had never thought about it like that before. Whoever discovered America deserved to be dragged home in chains to die. She looks at me again. You get that baby here, you hear me? And she smiles. She smiles. She is very close to me. And she is very far away. We ain't going to let nobody put chains on that baby. That's all. She rises and paces the kitchen. We watch her. She has lost weight. She holds a gin and orange juice in her hand. I know that she has not yet unpacked. I realize, because I watch her fighting her tears, that she is really, after all, young. Anyway, he was there, Jamie was there, when they carried the chick away. She was screaming. She was having a miscarriage. Pietro carried her down the steps in his arms. She had already started to bleed. She sips her drink. She stands at our window, very much alone. She was carried to the mountains, someplace called Barangitas. You got to know where it is to get there. Jamie says that she will never be seen again. There goes the trial, the prosecution having fucked itself out of its principal witness. We have a slim hope still in Daniel, but not one of us can see him, even if we knew where he could be found. He has been transferred to a prison upstate. Hayward is checking it out. Hayward is on the case. The prosecution will ask for time. We will ask that the charge be dropped and the case dismissed, but must be prepared to settle for bail, if the state will concede it, if we can raise it. All right, says Joseph, stands, walks to the window, stands next to Sharon, but does not touch her. They watch their island. You okay? Asks Joseph and lights a cigarette and hands it to her. Yeah, I'm okay. Then, let's go on in. You tired? And you've been gone a while. Good night, says Ernestine, firmly, and Sharon and Joseph, their arms around each other, walk down the hall to their room. In a way, we're their elders now. And the baby kicks again. Time. But the effect of all this on Frank is cataclysmic, is absolutely disastrous, and it is Joseph who has to bring him the news. Their hours are, furthermore, now so erratic that he has to bring the news to the house. Without a word, he has managed to forbid both Ernestine and myself from saying a word to the Hunts. It is about midnight. Mrs. Hunt is in bed. Adrian and Sheila have just come in, and, standing in the kitchen in their nightgowns, are giggling and sipping Ovaltine. Adrian's behind is spreading, but there is no hope for Sheila at all. Sheila has been told that she resembles a nothing actress, Merle Oberon, whom she has encountered on the Late Late Show, and so she has clipped her eyebrows with the same intention, but not to the same effect. The Oberon chick was paid, at least, for her disquieting resemblance to an egg. Joseph must be on the docks in the early morning, and so he has no time to waste. Neither does Frank, who must also be downtown early. Frank puts a beer before Joseph, pours a little wine for himself. Joseph takes a sip of his beer. Frank sips his wine. They watch each other for a rather awful moment, aware of the girls' laughter in the kitchen. Frank wants to make the laughter stop, but he cannot take his eyes from Joseph's eyes. Well, says Frank, brace yourself. I'm going to hit you hard. The trial's been postponed because the Puerto Rican chick, Dig, has lost her baby and looked like she's flipped her wig, too, lost her mind. Man, anyway, she in the hills of Puerto Rico someplace, and she can't be moved and can't nobody see her. She can't come to New York now, no way, and so the city wants the trial postponed, until she can. Frank says nothing. Joseph says, you understand what I'm saying? Frank sips his wine and says, Queedy, yeah, I understand. They hear the girls' low voices in the kitchen. This sound is about to drive both men insane. Frank says, You telling me that they're going to keep Fonny in jail until this chick comes to her senses. He sips his wine again, looks at Joseph. Is that right? Something in Frank's aspect is beginning to terrify Joseph, but he does not know what it is. Well, that's what they want to do. But we might be able to get him out on bail. Frank says nothing. The girls giggle in the kitchen. How much bail? We don't know. It ain't been set yet. He sips his beer, more and more frightened, obscurely, but profoundly. When is it going to be set? Tomorrow. The day after. He has to say it, if. If what? If they accept our plea, man. They ain't got to let us have no bail. There is something else he has to say. And I don't think this will happen, but it's better to look at it from the worst side. They might try to make the charge against Fonny heavier because the chick's lost her baby and seems to have fipped her wig. Silence. The girlish laughter from the kitchen. Joseph scratches one armpit, watching Frank. Joseph is more and more uneasy. So, says Frank, finally, with an icy tranquility, we're fucked. What makes you say that, man? It's rough, I agree, but it ain't yet over. Oh, yes, says Frank, it's over. They got him. They ain't going to let him go till they get ready. And they ain't ready yet. And ain't nothing we can do about it. Joseph shouts, out of his fear, we got to do something about it. He hears his voice, banging against the walls, against the girlish laughter from the kitchen. What can we do about it? If they give us bail, get the change together. How? Man, I don't know how. I just know we have to do it. And if they don't give us bail, we get him out. I don't care what we have to do to get him out. I don't, neither. But what can we do? Get him out. That's what we have to do. We both know he ain't got no business in there. Them lying motherfuckers, they know it too. He stands. He is trembling. The kitchen is silent. Look, I know what you're saying. You're saying they got us by the balls. Okay, but that's our flesh and blood, baby, our flesh and blood. I don't know how we going to do it. I just know we have to do it. I know you ain't scared for you, and God knows I ain't scared for me. That boy has got to come out of there. That's all. And we got to get him out. That's all. And the first thing we got to do, man, is just not to lose our nerve. We can't let these runt-faced, white-ass motherfuckers get away with this shit no longer. He subsides. He sips his beer. They've been killing our children long enough. Frank looks toward the open kitchen door, where his two daughters stand. Is everything all right? Adrian asks. Frank hurls his glass of wine onto the floor. It rings and shatters. You two dizzy off-white cunts. Get the fuck out of my face, you hear? Get the fuck out of my face. If you was any kind of women, you'd be peddling pussy on the block to get your brother out of jail instead of giving it away for free to all them half-assed faggots who come sniffing around you with a book under their arm. Go to bed. Get out of my face. Joseph watches the daughters. He sees something very strange, something he had never thought of. He sees that Adrian loves her father with a really desperate love. She knows he is in pain. She would soothe it if she could. She does not know how. She would give anything to know how. She does not know that she reminds Frank of her mother. Without a word, she drops her eyes and turns away, and Sheila follows her. The silence is enormous. It spreads and spreads. Frank puts his head in his hands. Then, Joseph sees that Frank loves his daughters. Frank says nothing. Tears drop onto the table, trickling down from the palms with which he has covered his face. Joseph watches. The tears drip from the palm onto the wrist bone to splash, with a light, intolerable sound, on the table. Joseph does not know what to say, yet. This ain't no time for crying, man, he says. He finishes his beer. He watches Frank. You all right? Frank says, finally, yeah. I'm all right. Joseph says, get some sleep. We got to move it early in the morning. I'll talk to you end of the day. You got it. Yeah, says Frank. I got it. When Fonny learns that the trial has been postponed and learns why and what effect Victoria's disaster may have on his own, it is I who tell him. Something quite strange, altogether wonderful, happens in him. It is not that he gives up hope, but that he ceases clinging to it. Okay is all he says. I seem to see his high cheekbones for the first time, and perhaps this is really true. He has lost so much weight. He looks straight at me, into me. His eyes are enormous, deep and dark. I am both relieved and frightened. He has moved. Not away from me, but he has moved. He is standing in a place where I am not. And he asks me, staring at me with those charged, enormous eyes, "You all right?" Yes, I'm all right. The baby all right? Yes, the baby's fine. He grins. It is somehow a shock. I will always see the space where the missing tooth has been. Well, I'm all right too. Don't you worry. I'm coming home. I'm coming home to you. I want you in my arms. I want your arms around me. I've got to hold our baby in my arms. It's got to be. You keep the faith. He grins again, and everything inside me moves. Oh, love. Love. Don't you worry. I'll be home. He grins again, and stands and salutes me. He looks at me, hard, with a look I have never seen on any face before. He touches himself, briefly. He bends to kiss the glass. I kiss the glass. Now, Fawny knows why he is here, why he is where he is. Now he dares to look around him. He is not here for anything he has done. He has always known that, but now he knows it with a difference. At meals, in the showers, up and down the stairs, in the evening, just before everyone is locked in again, he looks at the others. He listens. What have they done? Not much. To do much is to have the power to place these people where they are and keep them where they are. These captive men are the hidden price for a hidden lie. The righteous must be able to locate the damned. To do much is to have the power and the necessity to dictate to the damned. But that, thinks Fawny, works both ways. You're in or you're out. Okay, I see. Motherfuckers. You won't hang me. I bring him books and he reads. We manage to get him paper and he sketches. Now that he knows where he is, he begins to talk to the men, making himself, so to speak, at home. He knows that anything may happen to him here. But since he knows it, he can no longer turn his back. He has to face it, even taunt it, play with it, dare. He is placed in solitary for refusing to be raped. He loses a tooth, again, and almost loses an eye. Something hardens in him, something changes forever. His tears freeze in his belly. But he has leaped from the promontory of despair. He is fighting for his life. He sees his baby's face before him. He has an appointment he must keep, and he will be here, he swears it, sitting in the shit, sweating and stinking when the baby gets here. Hayward arranges the possibility of bail for Fawny, but it is high. And here comes the summer time. On a day that I will never forget, Pedro Cito drove me home from the Spanish restaurant, and heavy, I got to my chair and I sat down. The baby was restless, and I was scared. It was almost time. I was so tired, I almost wanted to die. For a long time, because he was in solitary, I had not been able to see Fawny. I had seen him on this day. He was so skinny. He was so bruised. I almost cried out. To whom? Where? I saw this question in Fawny's enormous, slanted black eyes. Eyes that burned, now like the eyes of a prophet. Yet, when he grinned, I saw, all over again, my lover as though for the first time. We got to get some meat on your bones, I said. Lord, have mercy. Speak up. He can't hear you. But he said it with a smile. We almost got the money to bail you out. I figured you would. We sat, and we just looked at each other. We were making love to each other through all that glass and stone and steel. Listen, I'll soon be out. I'm coming home because I'm glad I came. Can you dig that? I watched his eyes. Yes, I said. Now, I'm an artisan, he said. Like a cat who makes tables. I don't like the word artist. Maybe I never did. I sure the fuck don't know what it means. I'm a cat who works from his balls with his hand. I know what it's about now. I think I really do, even if I go under. But I don't think I will. Now, he is very far from me. He is with me, but he is very far away. And now he always will be. Where you lead me, I said, I'll follow. He laughed. Baby, 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 I love you. And I'm going to build us a table and a whole lot of folks going to be eating off it for a long, long time to come. From my chair, I looked out my window over these dreadful streets. The baby asked, "Is there not one righteous among them?" And kicked, but with a tremendous difference, and I knew that my time was almost on me. I remember that I looked at my watch. It was 20 to 8. I was alone, but I knew that someone soon would be coming through the door. The baby kicked again, and I caught my breath, and I almost cried, and the phone rang. I crossed the room, heavy, 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 and I picked it up. Hello. Hello, Tish? This is Adrian. How are you, Adrian? Tish, have you seen my father? Is Frank there? Her voice almost knocked me down. I had never heard such terror. No. Why? When did you see him last? Why? I haven't seen him. I know he's seen Joseph, but I haven't seen him. Adrian was weeping. It sounded horrible over the phone. Adrian, what's the matter? What's the matter? And I remember that at that moment, everything stood still. The sun didn't move and the earth didn't move. The sky stared down, waiting, and I put my hand on my heart to make it start beating again. Adrian, Tish, my daddy was fired from his job 2 days ago. They said he was stealing, and they threatened to put him in jail, and he was all upset because of Fani and all. And he was drunk when he came home, and he cursed everybody out, and then he went out the door, and ain't nobody seen him since. Tish, don't you know where my father is? Adrian, baby, I don't. I swear to God, I don't. I haven't seen him. Tish, I know you don't like me, Adrian. You and me, we had a little fight, but that's all right. That's normal. That don't mean I don't like you. I would surely never do anything to hurt you. You're Fani's sister. And if I love him, I got to love you. Adrian, if you see him, will you call me? Yes. Yes. Yes, of course. Please. 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 I'm scared, said Adrian in a low, different altogether tone of voice, and she hung up. I put down the phone and the key turned in the lock and Mama came in. Tish, what's the matter with you? I got back to my chair and I sat down in it. That was Adrian. She's looking for Frank. She said that he was fired from his job and that he was real upset. And Adrian, that poor child. Sounds like she's gone to pieces. Mama and we stared at each other. My mother's face was as still as the sky. Has Daddy seen him? I don't know. But Frank ain't been by here. She put her bag down on top of the TV set and came over and put her hand on my brow. How you feeling? Tired. Funny. You want me to get you a little brandy? Yes. Thank you, Mama. That might be a good idea. It might help to settle my stomach. She went into the kitchen and came back with the brandy and put it in my hand. Your stomach upset? A little. It'll go away. I sipped the brandy and I watched the sky. She watched me for a moment, then she went away again. I watched the sky. It was as though it had something to say to me. I was in some strange place alone. Everything was still. Even the baby was still. Sharon came back. You see Fani today? Yes. And how is he? He's beautiful. They beat him up, but they didn't beat him, if you see what I mean. He's beautiful. But I was so tired, I remember that I could hardly speak. Something was about to happen to me. That was what I felt, sitting in that chair, watching the sky, and I couldn't move. All I could do was wait, until my change comes. I think Ernestine's got the rest of the money, Sharon said, and smiled. From her actress. Before I could say anything, the doorbell rang and Sharon went to the door. Something in her voice, at the door, made me stand straight up and I dropped the brandy glass on the floor. I still remember Sharon's face. She was standing behind my father, and I remember my father's face. Frank had been found, he told us, way up the river, in the woods, sitting in his car, with the doors locked and the motor running. I sat down in my chair. Does Fani know? I don't think so. Not yet. He won't know till morning. I've got to tell him. You can't get there till morning, daughter. Joseph sat down. Sharon asked me, sharply, how you feeling, Tish? I opened my mouth to say, I don't know what. When I opened my mouth, I couldn't catch my breath. Everything disappeared, except my mother's eyes. An incredible intelligence charged the air between us. Then, all I could see was Fawny. And then I screamed, and my time had come. Fawny is working on the wood, on the stone, whistling, smiling. And from far away, but coming nearer, the baby cries and 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 cries, cries like it means to wake the dead. October 12th, 1973, St. Paul, Delaware vents.
Spike down mid.
One less.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike planted.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
Go, go, go!
By any means necessary. Enemy C. They are so dead.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Oh, I'm enjoying this. Trap destroyed. Beautiful.
Gotta go!
Spike planted.
Go, go,
Last
go!
player standing.
Coming through!
She's
Watch
still
out.
gunning for you.
Gotta go!
Last round before the switch.
You want to survive? Bring the right gun.
I'm out of here! Gotta go!
Never lose sight.
I'm out of here!
Multiple enemies mid. Silent.
Go, go, go!
Cutting their vision.
I'm out of here!
Missile deployed.
Reload.
I'm out of here!
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go!
Spike planted.
Gotta go! Shortcut!
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Take this! Go, go, go!
Last player standing.
That worked.
Hey! Switching sides.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
Gotta go!
Revealing area.
Out of charges.
Por los guayos.
Confirmed kill.
Coming through.
Enemy spotted. Defenders spawn.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Killing them is easier than all this radio night business.
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Enemy B.
Many enemies leave.
Gotta go.
Scanning ahead.
Enemy spotted B.
This way. I'm out of here. Spike planted. Go, go, go.
Shock dart.
Enemy spotted. A.
Reloading.
Bueno.
Gotta go.
Dios.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area. There they are.
These guns we use are okay, but I will also bring my own. No offense.
I'm out of here. There.
Vamos.
Enemy C.
Reloading.
Go, go, go.
Still in sight. You're nothing. Reloading.
I'm out of here.
Enemy in defender spawn.
Spike planted.
Gotta go.
I'll take it.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy C.
I'm out of here.
Reloading.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
trap.
Gotta go.
Reloading.
My territory, my rules.
That's a kill. Target down. My ultimate is ready.
I have them now. I'm out of here.
Reloading.
Take this.
Raise it.
Last
Spike's
player
down.
standing. Spike down A.
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
Track them down.
I'm out of here.
Spike down C.
I got Spike. Gotta go.
Last player standing.
Gotta go. Watch out. Go, go, go. Shortcut. Spike planted. Nice try.
Match point.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
Go, go, go.
Need a drop.
Quick feet, quick trigger.
Locating
There.
targets.
Gotta go.
Inside.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! Spike down A.
Here we go. Dead. Fire in the hole.
Enemy spotted. A.
Almost out. Shocking. I got Spike.
This is how we
Go,
end.
go, go. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. This way.
One enemy remaining.
There. Spike planted.
Enemy spotted. A. Not killing me was a mistake.
I'm out of here.
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight demands it.
Need a drop.
Gotta go.
Right here.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
Deploying drone.
I got the spike.
I am the hunter!
I have the spike. I'm out of
Revealing
here.
area.
Go away.
Gone.
I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Reloading.
Go, go, go. My territory. My rules. I have them now.
Last player standing. Defenders win. Match found.
Move or get zapped.
جيعان.
ايه خلينا نجي نسلي العشية شوفوا
عشاني في اللعب يا الولاد والله ما يلعبوا على رواحكم.
من غير ما تلتي سامي على الجو ولا لا؟
برو راني والله حتى في الخدمة ما عادش ماشي أموري يا برو، راني والله بالحق راني نقتلها اللمة متاع عمها قحبة
السهر
بالحق راه.
السهر
تيش انت باش تفيق بكري. فهمتك. اما صاحبي هكا
If Beale Street could talk by James Baldwin. Troubled about my soul. I look at myself in the mirror. I know that I was christened Clementine, and so it would make sense if people called me Clem, or even, come to think of it, Clementine, since that's my name. But they don't. People call me Tish. I guess that makes sense too. I'm tired, and I'm beginning to think that maybe everything that happens makes sense. Like, if it didn't make sense, how could it happen? But that's really a terrible thought. It can only come out of trouble. Trouble that doesn't make sense. Today, I went to see Fawny. That's not his name either. He was christened Alonzo, and it might make sense if people called him Lonnie. But no, we've always called him Fawny. Alonzo Hunt, that's his name. I've known him all my life, and I hope I'll always know him. But I only call him Alonzo when I have to break down some real heavy shit to him. Today, I said, Alonzo. And he looked at me, that quickening look he has when I call him by his name. He's in jail. So where we were, I was sitting on a bench in front of a board, and he was sitting on a bench in front of a board. And we were facing each other through a wall of glass between us. You can't hear anything through this glass, and so you both have a little telephone. You have to talk through that. I don't know why people always look down when they talk through a telephone, but they always do. You have to remember to look up at the person you're talking to. I always remember now because he's in jail, and I love his eyes, and every time I see him, I'm afraid I'll never see him again. So I pick up the phone as soon as I get there, and I just hold it, and I keep looking up at him. So when I said, Alonzo, he looked down, and then he looked up, and he smiled, and he held the phone, and he waited. I hope that nobody has ever had to look at anybody they love through glass. And I didn't say it the way I meant to say it. I meant to say it in a very offhand way, so he wouldn't be too upset, so he'd understand that I was saying it without any kind of accusation in my heart. You see, I know him. He's very proud, and he worries a lot, and when I think about it, I know, he doesn't, that's the biggest reason he's in jail. He worries too much already. I don't want him to worry about me. In fact, I didn't want to say what I had to say. But I know I had to say it. He had to know. And I thought, too, that when he got over being worried, when he was lying by himself at night, when he was all by himself, in the very deepest part of himself, maybe, when he thought about it, he'd be glad. And that might help him. I said, Alonzo, we're going to have a baby. I looked at him. I know I smiled. His face looked as though it were plunging into water. I couldn't touch him. I wanted so to touch him. I smiled again, and my hands got wet on the phone, and then for a moment I couldn't see him at all, and I shook my head, and my face was wet, and I said, I'm glad. I'm glad. Don't you worry. I'm glad. But he was far away from me now, all by himself. I waited for him to come back. I could see it flash across his face. My baby? I knew that he would think that. I don't mean that he doubted me, but a man thinks that. And for those few seconds while he was out there by himself, away from me, the baby was the only real thing in the world, more real than the person, more real than me. I should have said already, we're not married. That means more to him than it does to me, but I understand how he feels. We were going to get married, but then he went to jail. Fawny is 22. I am 19. He asked the ridiculous question, are you sure? No, I ain't sure. I'm just trying to mess with your mind. Then he grinned. He grinned because then he knew. What we going to do? He asked me, just like a little boy. Well, we ain't going to drown it. So, I guess we'll have to raise it. Fawny threw back his head and laughed. He laughed till tears come down his face. So, then, I felt that the first part that I'd been so frightened of would be all right. Did you tell Frank? He asked me. Frank is his father. I said, not yet. You tell your folks? Not yet. But don't worry about them. I just wanted to tell you first. Well, he said, I guess that makes sense. A baby. He looked at me, then he looked down. What you going to do, for real? I'm going to do just like I've been doing. I'll work up to just about the last month. And then, Mama and Sis will take care for me. You ain't got to worry. And anyway, we have you out of here before then. You sure about that? With his lit smile. Of course I'm sure about that. I'm always sure about that. I knew what he was thinking, but I can't let myself think about it, not now, watching him. I must be sure. The man came up behind Fawny, and it was time to go. Fawny smiled and raised his fist, like always, and I raised mine, and he stood up. I'm always kind of surprised when I see him in here at how tall he is. Of course, he's lost weight, and that may make him seem taller. He turned around and went through the door, and the door closed behind him. I felt dizzy. I hadn't eaten much all day, and now it was getting late. I walked out to cross these big, wide corridors I've come to hate, corridors wider than all the Sahara Desert. The Sahara is never empty. These corridors are never empty. If you cross the Sahara and you fall, by vultures circle around you, smelling, sensing your death. They circle lower and lower. They wait. They know. They know exactly when the flesh is ready,